Okay, Doooovid here. We're just on Adam Green's show. I thought I'd try to start my stream right away, try to get this working. So I'm sorry I slow here trying to do a few things while I get the stream going on, but I wanted to just start it and put it out there. Sounds good. So I just had a nice conversation with Adam Green, was on his show, and thought I'd do a post chat and even do an open stream, invite other people to come on. As of now, because of StreamYard, I'm just going to put the link straight into the chat. So there is stuff I do want to do and accomplish, but I wanted to start the stream right away in case people were watching that and you wanted to find out where to go right away. So sorry for the dead time right now. I'm going to share this to my YouTube. Let me check the chat. So I got 6 people watching right now. See if anyone's going to try to enter. I spoke to a few people. I don't know if any of people I speak to regularly were watching and want to come on and make some remarks. Adam made some interesting points. He had some good questions. He's got a lot of good analysis on current events. I appreciate his research, although, obviously I'm pro-Semitic, and he's a lot of times questioning the role or the motives of these actors, and I do also. So I agree with him on his questioning of the motive and roles of you have to speak truth to power. So even his critiques of Jews in positions of power or organizations, to me, are valid because that there is an element of speaking truth to power and checking people in power. So I thought it was a pretty friendly relationship, and generally I'm a fan of Adam's work, but he's built up a big audience, so people come on. Church of Entropy, if you want to come on, I just was streaming with him for a few hours, and I wanted to start this right away, so we already got like 20 people watching. I'm pretty sure the StreamYard's so that's the YouTube. I put the StreamYard straight into the chat, so if anyone wants to come on, I think I hope that works. So give myself a little rest and hear some different voice and see the direction of the conversation. I thought I'd do more. You'll see where the discussion leads. For if people have conversations or ideas from the chat. So Davy Boyd here is asking, what do you think about DNA testing be required for immigration into Israel? I don't think it'd be required. I think it'd be in addition to many other things where you might have scenarios where there's a whole a whole series of criteria, and in some cases DNA, but I don't think there's any, to say DNA would be required. It would just be used along with the whole slate of criteria, and even that's controversial. So here's Instigate the Millennium. He's asking, does Sorat or Sorath mean anything to you, like Sorat, like George Sorat? I'm not sure if you're talking like the word Soros in Hebrew that means pain or difficulty. So you have to give me a little bit more right now. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Tulsi. I got my pictures. If you see my YouTube page, I have videos of Tulsi when she came to Detroit, and I think she's really a gift to politics in the presidential race, and the only one that sounds reasonable on these big issues. I'm a Bernie fan, but unfortunately I don't think Bernie's competent for leadership or money. Although I like him, I like his ideas, I like his bleeding heart, I have tendencies in that way. Tulsi seems to have some special leadership quality, and she's she's a Hindu, she's affiliated with the Hare Krishnas, which although I'm a Hasidic Jew and I didn't talk about the Hare Krishnas on Adam Green, anyone who follows my channel knows that I have the same affiliation as Tulsi Gabbard. So let me tweet this out, and I hope I could get someone on to speak for a few minutes. Maybe I gotta get something to eat or something to rest my voice or hear another opinion. So hopefully someone will come on. In the meantime, I'll keep on reading the chat or just rambling. Church of Entropy, I guess she's eating. I have a regular show on Sunday with her. Sunday night, the Week in Review, where we talk about a whole slate of topics more related to things like consciousness, science, spirituality. But other things, come up, and we talk about streaming in general, the rise and fall of e-personalities. So hopefully she'll be on. Maybe Gandalf, will come on. I'll put the StreamYard in the chat again, and so thank God people are coming on. Our viewers, 30 people already. So Simpsum Aleph, nice name. Would you agree that the followers of Shabbatai Tzvi, Jacob Frank, are the main powers of the State of Israel and the Reform movement? No, I mean, there's so many varying powers. Like, certainly, Shabbatai Tzvi had influence on all of Judaism. Jacob Frank, not so much. I'm saying Jacob Frank you didn't nearly have as much influence on world Jewry as Shabbatai Tzvi. But Shabbatai Tzvi certainly has a lot of influence on Zionists. You could consider him one of the early Zionists, and even on philosophy of reform. But there's so many other elements that influence it that I wouldn't even say it's the main power. There's a lot of with reform. There's the Enlightenment and European and Renaissance values, and there's also other segments like Maimonides and other famous Jewish sages. In Israel, also there's so many other early Zionists, the Or HaChaim and the Baal Shem Tov, and even the Vilna Gaon, to put the Shabbatai Tzvi up there. No, I don't think so. Keith, thanks for the comment. Pastor Dab talking about Putin. So I'm just let me tweet this out right now. So sorry about that. Sorry about the dead time. Okay, so I just tweeted out. I think I got 40 people watching. I put the link in the chat multiple times. Hopefully that's working. And if anyone has tried it, should work. So let me enter a screen share here real quick and show people some of the streams that I plan on doing in the near future. Ask the Rabbis, because anyone who's seeing this right now, you're seeing that I called this Ask the Rabbi number 11. So here's my tabs, and you could see I have a few folders here. The multiple truth hypothesis, which is more about physics and philosophy than Judaism, which I plan to do some streams on that. That's not necessarily related to what I talked about. A lot of these are directly related to, I have a stream on slavery, and Ask the Rabbi. I'm going to present research on the historic role that Jews have played in slavery. One on the Jew-Gentile distinction, one on the nature of the soul, and another on reincarnation. And you can see there's a lot of literature that I've already read through. This one on the Goy forming Jewish identity, the origins of the Jew-Gentile distinction. This one's basically ready, and I just hadn't had the time to do it yet, although I plan on doing that one soon. Maybe even I'll do that this Thursday or something like that. The one on the soul, it's a very complicated topic, and to give an overview on the different varying Jewish concepts on the nature of the soul, or the difference between the Jewish soul and the non-Jewish soul, that one's going to require more research, although I've done quite a bit, lifetime of research, and just the stuff I'm going to present. And the one on reincarnation is a topic where Church of Entropy is very common. So but this one on Goy is probably the next one I'm going to do, hopefully even this week, maybe Thursday. And look at the Rebbe. I have a whole bunch of stuff prepared and messages, and like when the Rebbe talked about doing the Noachide laws and Chabad's approach, and some famous academic literature, about the Roman and Greek period and the formation of these things. Anyone who's seen my streams, so I'll go over some of the best information out there on this subject, and then probably the one after that will be on slavery. So look forward to doing those streams. So thank God you have 50 people piling in. So I have to check the chat, and like I need to get a guest on to give myself a rest in my voice to catch my breath. But I wanted to start the stream right away in case there's people watching. So Tsimek, it's been 2 years now. Tsimek, my Polish friend with a high IQ and a Chinese wife, can even super chat if you want to. You don't have to, but we'll take your money. Let's say the reasons why we can't get away from Jews is because they think they can't survive without us, even though they tried in the early days of Israel. Well, I mean, there's just different groups of people. There's one planet, and there's a lot of different people, and different people might naturally be selected to different geographic regions. But the universal brotherhood of man, universal humanity, is such a phenomenon and a factor that you're going to have to interact and deal with all the various peoples of the world to a various degree. And the Jewish people certainly in America, in the West, worldwide, are an influence and a force to be reckoned with, that you probably should know how to deal with Jewish people. It'll probably be advantageous. So Team Tulsi. So it's ironic who's on Team Tulsi. So Doooovid's Team Tulsi. The irony of the various people and that are supporting her for various reasons, and so that's interesting, and we'll see what happens. And Tulsi's going to need some sort of miracle, but I think it's possible that New Hampshire, she could, if somehow Tulsi gets like 10% in New Hampshire, and then she could take that into Super Tuesday, getting like 5% to certain states. You start getting super delegates. Like when she starts getting super delegates, that will be incentive for her to stay until the end. And with all the infighting among other Democrats as other women leave, there might be various reasons why she could pull in and start getting more than 10% after a few more people drop out. So I'm not. I think Tulsi's doing pretty good, and actually, you could see, although they're probably going to cut her out of the next debates and the media, so it's going to be miraculous that somehow all her work in New Hampshire is going to have to pay off, where she gets like 10% in the primary there. So that's coming up in the next few weeks. So just like we were talking on Adam Green, like Netanyahu is here in America. He was at the White House today. Trump is unveiling his Israeli peace plan tomorrow. So Tulsi Gabbard, I think next week already is going to be the Iowa primary, and then the week after is New Hampshire, and then there's a few week hiatus till Super Tuesday. So if she could generate enough media publicity by a good result in New Hampshire, it's possible that could spur into Super Tuesday into a position where that she's not that far behind the other people, and whatever turn of events would lead her to winning the primary and eventually the presidency. So we'll have to see how that goes. So why don't I sing a song? So I'm going to go get my prayer book, and I'm going to sing a song. I think that's always a good idea in terms of streaming. Ask the Rabbi. So just give me 1 second to get my prayer book. Okay, yeah, for people new to Doooovid's channel, usually I'm very focused, and I try to make streams on topic or stay to something, but then occasionally, like, I do a post stream, new viewers. Thank God I get over 50 people watching, much more than usual, which is purely due to just having been on the Adam Green show. So I want to make content relevant to the people who are tuning in. So AKBR, Doooovid, is money or wealth integral to Jewish religion? If so, would the desire or want of wealth or material possessions to be from idol worship? Yeah, I mean, according to Judaism, the liking money too much can be a form of idol worship. But generally, Judaism is like middle ground of acceptance of the material world and spirituality. Like as in Christianity, the priests were celibates, and Hinduism, you had renunciates who completely reject the material world. Judaism has some sort of like middle ground where you have a certain amount of enjoyment in the material realm. I'm supposed to get married, have children, families, and accumulate wealth. And the majority of rabbinic law, or at least a good proportion of it, deals with business law. The Talmud says the first thing that you're asked when we leave our body and stand judgment before God is, did we deal honestly in business? So, generally Judaism is a pro-business religion. If people have questions directly for Doooovid, do an @Doooovid, so I'll be able to see it, because, thank God we got quite a few people tuning in, and there's quite a few people in the chat, and I appreciate the mods here. Hopefully it'll stay friendly, and we won't really need too much moderation, or, just the regular Google artificial intelligence. Okay, so I got Gandalf here. I'm going to add him to the stream. Welcome, Gandalf, but I want to sing a song real quick. So this is the words from the daily morning prayer service. All Zois, Shipru Hayuvim, Veromumu Lael, Venasna Yedidim, Zmir Shiras, Tishbekais, Brachos, the Dois, the Melech El Chai Vekayam. For this, the beloved offered praise and exaltation to God. The dear ones offered hymns, songs, praises, blessings, and thanksgiving to the King, the living and enduring God. So he's saying, whatever the situation, I'm going to thank God. So all Zois, all Zois, all Zois, all Zois, all Zois, all Zois. Shibri Ayivim Ayivim, Shibri Ayivim Ayivim, Veraimamu, 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 Veraimamu Leel, Venasni, Venasni Yedidim, Zmira Shiros Betish Brachos, Brachos, Brachos Beyadais, Melech El Chai Vekayam. Okay, so just a quick song of praise and thanks to God. So, Gandalf, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay, well, did you catch the Adam Green show? Were you watching?
I watched all but the first 10 minutes of it. One thing I got to give you credit for is you stand in the line of fire and you take and handle questions and almost everything, and you have a lot of courage, because these are difficult issues, and you put your credibility on the line, and you do so pretty fearlessly. And you're also the only person in my circles who has read as much, if not in some areas more than I have. So I give props to that.
Yeah, but you're well read and knowledgeable, and you have good insight on that, and know quite a bit about Judaism as being a non-Jew, or whatever. You still know quite a bit. I think Brundlefly just messaged me, so if he wants to come on, he's also welcome. And I did put the link in the chat. And Judaism, something passionate to me. You might have your opinions on something or have your different passions, and obviously I'm very passionate about my religion and my spiritual practice, and enjoy talking about it, and enjoy debate. And it's almost divine providential power, or you could talk about the understanding of technology just through the YouTube algorithm, that we're able to build up our own content, and stream and talk with our fellow content creators, and reach an international audience.
Yeah, just for a fun kind of Judaism related question, or at least fact about myself, do you remember popular maybe for Jews and non-Jews, popular little Jewish spiritual books from the 1990s? Do you have a good memory of that? Because I had a series of 3 books that I loved when I was in high school, that I kind of used just like little spiritual touchstones and devotionals, because they were kind of non-denominational. But do you remember anything from the 90s? You're muted, Doooovid.
Oh, so was that like when Harold Kushner has like when bad things happen to good people? Or are you talking like Arya Kaplan, like Jewish meditation? I don't know what years. I don't know if I pay enough attention to the books that I read in the 90s, but the majority of the books I read were probably like in the 2000s or even more in the last 10 years, since I've got to my academic peak. So I wouldn't have that much great memory to know what books were coming out in the 90s.
Well, I have a couple books by Aria Kaplan on a shelf, actually above my. I think it's,
I have multiple
it's in my
Rabbi
kitchen.
Kaplan books right behind me, including Jewish meditation, meditation of the Bible.
I have bookshelves built into my kitchen because I have that many books, and maybe my house is smaller than yours. I also have I have Rabbi Harold Kushner's book. I've read it. It was around the time I was having a lot of religious skepticism in the early 2000s. It was one of my favorites. I'm not as into the theodicy questions, but the quick answer is, and these are like lame books. I mean, maybe they're lame now that I'm just a bunch older, but do you remember the Jacob the Baker trilogy by Noah Ben-Shea? That's the answer.
No.
I'll see if I can find them and put them in the chat. But I used to love his spiritual readings every day for whatever reason when I was younger, and that was kind of like my first.
I was speaking to, obviously you've had a lot of interaction with Jews. You probably met hundreds of Jews, or have tens of Jewish friends, and understand quite a bit about Jewish sectarianism from experience. But Adam Green is saying like he doesn't actually know that many Jews in real life, and then he's coming across Jews for the first time possibly in a negative way because he's looking at censorship in the vehicle of not being able to do what he wants to do because of Jewish groups. And but there is quite a bit too, like how do you come to the source of this information? What was your first experience with Judaism or Jews? And that could be literature, the first book that you read, the first ideas, the first songs, or the first people you interacted with. And that's always makes an important part. So even though like now however much accumulated knowledge you have about Judaism or all the Jews you've met over decades, still like the sentimental value of the first literature you remember really enjoying reading about Judaism in the 90s, could have an influence on you.
Well, I just remember the Noah Ben-Shea books were, it's called Jacob the Baker, Gentle Wisdom for a Complicated World. I mean, back in the old GeoCities days, back when the internet was really like lame and just a step above news groups. I mean, he ran a blog and he'd write a weekly, or was it bi-weekly, fairly lengthy column about like how to live in the 90s and what the world was like. As far as my first like deep interactions with Jews, it was mostly in junior high and high school, but mostly when I was in college. I briefly kind of tried to return to Catholicism, but I didn't want to stick to one religion, so I did a lot of. I was involved in a lot of interfaith groups, and so I would meet pastors and rabbis and just talk to them about stuff. And I was just always one of those people who. Yes, I was lame. I wasn't one of those people that going drunk on Saturday nights. I was the kind of person who'd like want to find a book club type or group or people that are interested in religion and philosophy and just shoot the shit and talk with people. And sometimes some of those people were Jews.
Let me just go quickly to these two questions in the chat. Simpson Aleph, do you think the hardcore Jew haters have free will? Or are they under control of the punishing angels, demonic forces? We'll talk about that more later, the spiritual forces, or if Gandalf, you want to go straight to this question, or you want to talk about, I guess, rambling about your biography and history with Jews, or what Jewish books you liked reading. But like I was mentioning, or like Duties of the Heart, or like the Talmud, the Prophets. Like doctrine, Jewish literature that survived the test of thousands of years, to versus simple books that have been published by local rabbis recently, and you have to start somewhere. So but looking back, eventually you get onto the writing of the sages, and that will be more valuable than whatever literature may have got you started, including even Rev. Aryeh Kaplan, who might be closer to the sages than other popular literature. But like eventually once you go into the hardcore historical Jewish literature, that give you a much better feel. So let's see, Simpson Olive, do you think the hardcore Jew haters have free will? We'll say everyone has free will. There's boundary conditions upon it, and past decisions might affect the boundary conditions on your ability to make future decisions. And sometimes you could lose from the Judeo perspective, where you have elements of free will, but due to poor decisions, you have less free will in the future, or it could become under the power of demonic forces. And I've talked about that with Gandalf on like Church of Entropy, like God forbid what happens at like mass murders or something. Does a spiritual force take the person, take over the person? Is it really a demon who acted through the person? And so to say, they surrendered their free will decision ability making to such an extent that a demon was, completely able to take over and act through them. So these are all things that Judaism, the Kabbalists discuss and are interested, even relating to the science of free will. And this other one, Chad Odison, Doooovid, do you think that the Jewish tradition of Mitzitza Bal Peh should continue? I don't have enough of an opinion on Mitzitza Bal Peh. I have to look into the history of that. But yes, it'll continue because most things in Judaism, especially practices among the ultra-Orthodox, do continue. So I don't see any reason why, Mitzitza Bal Peh is still being continued today, why it won't be continued on into the future. And, whatever my opinion on the issue is not going to change, the countless Jews who want to continue that tradition. YouTube sucks. Doooovid, do you know if any rabbis of ancient Jewish commentary that discussed how many times the Messiah is supposed to come? It relates to Jewish marriage ceremonies. I mean, there's only supposed to be one Messiah that comes once, and then humanity is redeemed. And sometimes you'll hear about a Messiah ben David, a Messiah ben Joseph, and a Messiah ben Joseph that performs some sort of like preliminary task so the Messiah ben David could come. Billy the Kid, brush my beard. Thank you. Davey Boyd, do you feel the Sabbatean influence carried over into the Jewish behavior and how Jews view and interact with non-Jews? Like, yeah, I mean, Shabbatai Tzvi's ideas have influenced all sectors of Judaism, but a lot of Shabbatai Tzvi's ideas, even if they're heretical ideas, are really not new ideas. So, like to analyze the historical unfolding of forces where there may have been historical Jewish ideas or even heresies that existed for hundreds of years, and then one figure spreads these things across the whole territories of things. So you're talking about the spread of ideas. It's kind of complicated and hard to make an exact science and prove how these ideas spread and influence one of another. Captain Caveman, thanks a lot. To what extent has your interest in Hinduism affected your Judaic beliefs? I've talked about this in other streams, but Hinduism has strengthened my Jewish beliefs because it's given me a better understanding of how the spiritual worlds worked. Although I have become vegetarian, decided that killing the cow is probably wrong, even though Judaism largely does seem to allow meat eating. We talk more about Billy the Kid. Doooovid, what did Mossad say to you after Adam's show? Like, no, I'm not directly affiliated with Mossad, although, like I'm a Jew, I go to synagogues, I probably know people in Mossad, but like, no, Doooovid is completely independent. Josh, the blessings. Thanks. So Gandalf, did you have any thoughts kind of like on the free will of Jew haters, or in general, kind of like these boundary conditions on decision making where, making previous decisions could bound you and limit your ability to make decisions in the future, like as related to maybe like the path of radicalization and anti-Semitism?
I mean, perhaps. I mean, I don't know if we fully understand the phenomenon of anti-Semitism. I mean, at the very end of the show, we had, I forget the name of the rabbi, and Ernst Zundel talking about it. Like, there's no anti-Semitism without Semitism. So we have, two groups of people, potentially Jews and non-Jews in a various given space, and, groups come into conflict. I mean, I think we spend a lot of time on Week in Review talking about group evolutionary strategy and the nature of how, different groups interact with each other and seek, maximum utility and or the right kind of equilibrium outcome, for lack of a better term, because I'm glossing over a lot of details for the purpose of this answer. And so, like, figuring out how all of that works is quite difficult. I don't, we've had these debates often on Week in Review as well, where I've often streamed with Doooovid, and he was kind enough to help invite me over to his streams there. I'm not a big fan of like free market, free will, free speech, because what is free? What are the initial and boundary conditions? I almost just want to talk about will and talk about nature of how we assess our situation, choices, and between the amount of choices we have and the decision we make with those choices and the karmic consequences that come from it, that the fact that higher intelligent people can imagine more choices and take more time before they make a decision, I think creates the illusion of free, as if there's a wider berth. But in the end, karma controls most of it, and will seems to operate in and of its own accord. And
okay, so we got
free will.
2 more people. Brundle's joined. I just muted him because there was any background. So let me just read these chat. J. Smith, do you ever look into European polytheism? Any thoughts on Celtic polytheism in particular? Are there really connections there with Vedic traditions? Yes, I do think so. Like I favor more Freemasonry in terms of like my Scottish ancestry. I would like to look more into that. YouTube sucks. Thanks for the answers. Given in biblical times, was there betrothal, legal marriage for about a year before the actual consummation? Yes. If you stick around, I'll talk more about that later. But let me get to the guest. So, is Faces of Sith? Are you there? Is that George Soros, or I don't even know who that picture is? So I'm not sure if Faces of Sith. Just who this is.
Yes, I'm here, Rabbi, and
is Domingo?
I would like to challenge.
It's
I would like to challenge.
It's Adam Green's.
It's Domingo.
I would like to challenge the audience to try and guess the face that is in my avatar, and you all can take your time. Hello, Rabbi Brundle. Hello, Rabbi Gandalf, and Rabbi Doooovid.
I have an answer. I figured it out, but I'll let the chat figure it out.
Gandalf. Yeah, Gandalf. You're a Rebbe.
I'm a priest. Yes, of my own religion.
Gandalf, if you know who's in my avatar, I'll be impressed.
I do reckon it's not. I thought it was George Soros, but no, it's not. I'm trying to.
It looks like Lindsay ran without the makeup.
Let the chat figure it out. I know who it is.
I mean, Soros and these other Sith lords, they all look alike, so I can understand why you would think it's Soros. But it's not Soros.
But no, I don't really care. I guess at the end of the day, I'm not into guessing games. So
it's degenerate. It leads to laughter, which is degenerate.
Yeah. So thanks to Brundle for somewhat being the setup of this stream. He was the one who we had the stream on his channel, which he had to delete. I'm not sure if you want to make any comment on what happened there or not. But thanks to Brundle for being here.
I'll make a comment. Can I make a comment?
Well, if you want to tell the story, but I was saying, you're the reason why, the biggest influence on why I had this talk with Adam Green tonight. And if anyone, missed the stream that me and Adam did on Brundle's channel that he had to delete, and now we'll explain what happened.
I know, it's a real shame. It was a good one. Well, I just, I had a bucket list of things I wanted to do on the internet, and Adam Green was basically the last check mark I needed, and so I just decided it was time to put the Brundlefly identity to rest and reemerge as Ricardo Williams. And
you became a Rebbe. You earned your stripes.
Right.
You talked to the whole alt-right and defended your quarter Jewish son against all the haters, and now you've earned the title Rebbe.
I earned my second higher Jewish soul and came back as a Rebbe. Yes. but yeah, dude, I was thinking we could do like Dissident Detroit with Ricardo and Doooovid. We could talk about heal what we need to do. We already healed the white Jewish divide. Now we need to heal the black Jewish divide in light of all this violence in Brooklyn. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, universal brotherhood of man. That's the plan. One nation at a time, or one person at a time.
Absolutely. And I'm really disappointed because I don't think Domingo ever went on the Brundlecast, and he had an explicit invite to come on as part of the pre-show for the Adam Green, and alas, it ended up being the last show, his last chance.
I'm never going to hear the end of this.
No, I don't think you will, because you're a giant pussy. That's okay. By the way, Doooovid, I just if it seems like Week in Review has really gone down a degenerate direction recently with the participation of Just Another Hindu. Now, of course, you know I'm a degenerate, and so you always tolerated me. But I heard last night you guys were talking about orgies
Temple
between
prostitution.
Hindu
You mean
gods.
God-
Yeah,
Erotic oils.
yeah. There
Yeah,
was
I mean-
erotic oils and orgies, and Krishna was taking it from all kinds of directions, and it's like, whoa, what is going on here?
Well, I mean, God
Doesn't
forbid,
sound
I was
very,
trying to
divine.
debunk. I was trying to debunk, heresy. But like, I'm tolerant. I don't mind Vince. Vince is a friendly guy. I mean, in fact, if he's watching, like, I'd even let him on. And the degeneracies, like, I argue with him a little bit. Week in Review with the cast of characters, changes every once in a while. And Vince, at least he's semi-fitting because he's Hindu. So
It's like you know what Week in Review is? It's like Claire Cause, like rejects, right? Like if the Brundle cast is Luke Ford's rejects, Week in Review is Claire Cause rejects.
Well, you're entitled to your opinion. And I guess we have Jon Vance here. Is that are you here, John?
Bonjour, mon
Jon
ami.
Vance is here. Rape.
Did you
going on, bro?
see the Adam Green stream?
A little bit, yeah. I caught bits of it. It seems like the Bible tends to be a lot more anti-Semitic than the Quran. That lady, she played
Hey, God forbid.
Yeah. It seems like what was that? That lady, they played a clip of what was that guy's show? The talk show host. Can't think of his name.
Bill Mueller and Barry
Bill
Weiss.
Maher? Yeah.
Real time.
Yeah. Where she was saying, well, it stems back to when the Romans crucified Jesus Christ, and these Jews are somehow nefariously behind the crucifixion of Jesus, but there actually isn't any proof that it was actually Jesus that was crucified, and that the whole like Jesus on a cross thing. Yeah, it wasn't actually Jesus that was crucified. It was somebody else that was crucified. But it was Christianity was a religion that was adopted by Romans because Constantine was the first one to adopt it.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't a fan of her scholarship, and he wanted to review it, so I ended up agreeing with him a lot. And I'm not a fan of her scholarship or understanding of history, which I don't think is that great. But like, obviously, if you're a Jew and you're trying to struggle with so to say anti-Semitism, and you're looking for answers, the Bible and Christianity is one of the places you're going to look. And if you look at history, because the majority of the Jewish population was in Catholic Europe, historically that's been a source of a lot of group conflict.
Doooovid, what did you think about I don't know if you follow, but Luke Ford and Kevin made an interesting point that Barry Weiss is like the poster child for Jewish nepotism elevating mediocrities to influential positions. I mean, to me, her existence and her influence are like a direct refutation of Kaufness, right?
Yeah, I would kind of agree that you even see her talking with like Bill Mueller, who's like a half Jew, and she's even like really open, willing to say that on air in front of everybody. And you're working for the New York Times, and you're going to Columbia, and then listening to her and saying like, did you really just not do the research or scholarship? Did you not realize like JF's analysis of her, like when she had her brain freeze after claiming Tucker Carlson hosted a bunch of white supremacists, and then he couldn't come up with any names and these type things. So it's an unfortunate decline. Like when I first came on to Luke Ford, I was saying like there's been a decline in Jewish power in America, and there's been a decline in Jewish excellency in America, and you could maybe see the result, and that's why Barry Weiss and like Deborah Lipstadt are have become largely our spokespeople.
Yeah, well, it's like Darren Beatty said on I think Darren Beatty's a half Jew. He was on Twitter saying that if the 20th century was the Jewish century, and that is long gone, as evidenced by Barry Weiss. Because I mean, you're right. It's like it's one thing for you or me or Gandalf to say something on a live stream and not be able to support it. You know what I mean? But we're also not getting paid millions of dollars to basically be a spokesperson for an entire ethnic group at the New York Times. It's supposed to be the best of the best.
Yeah, it's
But,
hard to
they're not
think.
sending their best.
If you think that they really think Barry Weiss is going to win people over, if at the Times or Palm Springs or wherever Barry Weiss is hanging out with her, friendly Jewish millionaires, do they really think that she's going to be able to convince people?
Yeah, I mean, is she? She's a lesbian rabbi too. I mean, I guess I don't know. Was she a rabbi? She's definitely a lesbian.
Yeah, but she's
she's qualified to be a rabbi.
But she's symbolic of American Jewish leadership of liberal organizations, like as opposed to like Chabad and Trump and his crew. She is, kind of an archetype of current Jewish America.
It's frankly, unfortunately, not that impressive. I mean, she's just. I mean, I've met, many.
Well, she was at Columbia, right, with Kate McKinnon. Just look her up on Wikipedia. She went to Columbia, and then she worked a few different jobs, and eventually ended up at the Times. And now she's being pushed as I don't know if if she's being pushed or why she's the one on all these shows, and she's like the current expert on anti-Semitism.
I mean, I've read the book, her book on anti-Semitism. I've only looked at just like a few of the previews. I mean, it's written like at a very low level.
I was gonna say you actually read that. It's like poisoning your mind.
It's not like poisoning my mind. It's more just like it's hard to listen to her because you can't take someone who's not scholarly like her seriously.
Yeah, and I don't think scholars take her seriously. Even Deborah Lipstadt. I mean, there are scholars like I was telling, like Raphael Medoff and the Wyman Center, and like Yehuda Bauer of Yad Vashem. And I think he spoke at that gathering. So, just in pop culture, is she popular? Like in the scholarly world, she's not really popular, but she is indicative of an archetype of elitist, modern, leftist. Jewish circles, and at least she's educated and part of wealthy circles.
Doooovid, why are all the best Jews Mishlings? Why are all my favorite Jews Mishlings? Is it the purebred Jew is like too insular in their communities, like they're getting high on their own supply? I mean, why is it that it's only the Mishlings that get it?
Yeah, I mean, it could be like a blood and soil type thing where you're saying, okay, a purebred Jew might think, okay, my lot is long term not going to be together with you. Like eventually, I'm going to return to Israel or be part of a homogenous Jewish society. So my relationship with you is more like quid pro quo on like business or short term things. As we're like a blood and soil of like a half Jew, you could see more common interest in a long term relationship or attachment to societal cultural values that you value, that you feel maybe the full-blooded Jew doesn't really value these aspects of culture and are just going to return to their own culture.
Like they don't have a stake in America. I mean, Doooovid, do you think you have more of a stake in America or in like a sort of pan or like
you have a stake in terms
Jewish
of
identity?
You have a stake in terms of a monetary stake. Like you could be 100% Jew and Orthodox, and you could own real estate and businesses, and you have a stake in America. Like obviously, but you're talking like culturally, what you consider to be American. That your more religious Jews, you say, okay, their stake is more kind of like even the Republican ones. It's just lower taxes, consumerism, capitalism. It's not cultural, as opposed to like half Jews. You could say like this guy really, to many extent is culturally the same as me, but he's a Jew at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, because this is the thing is that I understand that you could have a financial relationship, but assets can be bought and sold, forgotten about. There's no emotional connection there. Whereas like culturally, like you're never going to be able to shake the fact that, for instance, like you may have a Jewish side, but you also have this European Christian path that, like, yeah, you may have been raised a certain way, you may prefer a certain way, but the bottom line is you're still equally this other thing.
It'd be the
Right?
Jesus question. Like you could say, okay, like at the end of the day, like you might have a Jewish friend who will humor you about your beliefs in Jesus, but like likely the Jew's like, I can't believe this guy actually believes in this stuff. As like a half Jew who has family who saying like, okay, like I'm a Jew and like it's hard for me to conceive like how you could possibly believe in Jesus, but at least I could emphasize because I have family who believes like you believe. And so there could be elements of that cultural ability to emphasize an ability to look at you and say, oh, you act the same way as family members of mine. And that could apply to multiculturalism in general. Are you walking a dog or something?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you walk. Okay.
Can I just can I just
my
give props to
dog.
Gandalf a moment? Because Gandalf has figured out who is in my avatar, and I gotta say, I'm really impressed. Because all he did was look at this ugly face, and he knew immediately who it is. Now, the reason this face is significant is 2 words. And those 2 words are atrocity propaganda. And what atrocity propaganda is the enemy of revisionist history. Now, if I ask you guys, if I ask you what comes to mind when I say the words babies in incubators, what do you think of?
Kuwait.
Yeah, I don't do guessing games. Like I don't know. I don't have like if you have some reason, like spit it out. Like I'm not into these guessing.
I know you don't got the time for it. You don't got the time for the truth, Doooovid.
Well, you have the truth. Just spit it out. Like I don't get your insistence on these guessing games.
Gandalf, you want to elaborate?
The 2 things. When I think of babies in incubators, I go back to my early 90s memories of when I started becoming aware that something was just deeply wrong with the society. And I go to the daughter or niece of the Kuwaiti ambassador who was trained at Hills Knowlton, then the biggest PR firm in DC,
Oh my God.
lying about Saddam Hussein's troops taking babies from incubators and throwing them out the window. I mean, it was a total lie. It never happened. And the other thing I remember is the babies being burned up on live TV on April 19th, 93, because, I think I don't want to violate terms of service, but we all know what happened on April 19th, 1993 on live TV. You can talk to Janet Reno. Oh, I forgot. She's dead. Hillary killed her. Something. That's what I think about.
Gandalf, dude, you just blew my mind. You are amazing. The man in my avatar, his name is Tom Lantos, and he set the stage so that young nurse Nayira al-Shaba could tell her story in her fluent American English about something that never happened to win the hearts and minds of Americans and send soldiers to fight wars that benefit Israel. Gandalf, I tip my hat to you, sir. I have newfound respect for you, more than you know. And I think I'll step out now.
Thanks.
Okay, yeah, thanks for coming by. And I'm not exactly sure if that was relevant or whatever, or if that's just what you had on your mind and needed to have people here.
I heard that they were using the baby incubator, like not the baby incubators, but the fetuses of there's Jewish homes that were storing fetuses for stem cell research. I guess that's the just my knowledge of such a thing. I guess I don't know, but
that had nothing to do with what happened in Kuwait or that whole thing.
Well, what happened in Kuwait?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really. I mean, it's not on topic. So,
Okay.
whatever reason this guy came on the stream and wanted to talk about that,
Okay.
I don't even need clarification. Like, I mean, if it's relevant, whatever's not relevant here. So, I mean, I guess, did any of you have comments on, sort of say rising anti-Semitism, group conflict? Obviously, Jon you've been doing a lot of different things in your life. You've been part of the Canadian National Party, maybe you still are, but also at the same time you're experimenting with Islam. But for your biography or what you're doing with yourself is probably better for a different time. You have any thoughts on rising anti-Semitism or increasing group conflict between Jewish people and other peoples in your culture?
That's a very good question. I think what it stems down to is a lack of kind of moral fortitude of mainstream Christian society to quarantine themselves out of these nefarious influences, either that be through Jew or Gentile. I don't see. I see there is a class difference between the liberal elite whites and the working class whites, and they advocate for totally two different things. And I think that one thing that white nationalists fail is that we're all supposed to be united under all white people is supposed to be united. And since it's an American thing too, unite all the ethnic groups of Europeans against this mass immigration. Started in I think in the 70s or 60s, late 60s.
You think it's largely
it's largely
Jews
American.
pushing
It's not
immigration?
necessarily Canadian. It's pretty foreign to Canada. I think maybe Canadians have maybe picked it up just a little bit just because we're heavily influenced by American culture, but we're not usually. Our politics is more anti Anglo monarchy as opposed to white nationalism, which I guess it's more of an American thing as opposed to a Canadian thing.
You're saying there's a connection between rising anti-Semitism or group conflict and Jewish activism on behalf of immigration?
I think people who call themselves Jews and have assimilated into the secular society should renunciate their Judaism, as they're not following their principles. So, I mean, I can see why people would get angry at this group, because obviously they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want this profound godlike status, but at the same time don't want to follow the God that they are supposed to follow their rules. So I can see why people get mad at that hypocrisy. So I view it as more of a religious thing as opposed to an ethnic thing. I think there is definitely class differences, and that doesn't necessarily have to do with ethnicity. Like I said before, there's obviously some suburban whites along with nefarious Jews that don't have the working class white people's interest, I guess, if that's what you want to call it, or Anglo-centric people's interest. So obviously you don't want a movement that deliberately votes in left-wing policies. You want something that can bind something together, like gun rights and the right to own a firearm to defend your property, as opposed to just uniting under a color of a skin.
So let me try to add in here, because I saw he was asking, YouTube sucks, I guess. Are you there?
Yeah, right here.
Is this your first time streaming, or are you a streamer?
No, that's my first. I'm not a streamer. I just really like listening to you talk.
Is this your first time ever appearing on a stream?
Yeah.
Okay. But have you been following me for a while? Is your first time here, and you just heard me on Adam Green, or have you heard me before?
No, I heard you before, way back. I mean, I've been following you for a while, and then I just like the interviews that you have, and then like you just seem like really well read on a lot of topics, religious topics. So I just tend to like follow you, and then like listen to what you have, like like you have those like 8 hours, the 8 hour, 7 to 8 hour like the streams. Like I watch those.
Oh yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, are you Jewish, or you're interested in Judaism and you're just looking for resources to learn more about it and came across me?
No, actually, well, I'm a Reformed Christian. I'm Presbyterian. I'm just interested in the stuff you have to say, because like, you just have like how do I put it? You're very honest about the things you believe in, and you're not trying to like you just said honestly, and I appreciate
Independent scholarship. I'm saying if you just want answers to questions and you don't want an agenda, so you come across, so to say, an independent scholarship is just going to give you the scholarship without the agenda.
Because I don't like it how like people sometimes they come off as like, like an independent whatever journalist scholar, like they come off as independent, and then later on you find out like, oh, they had this agenda like from way back when, and they're trying to like slowly creep it in. Like I don't like that.
So you had some question. Were you just like random questions on Judaism, or related to like a topic of, God forbid, increased group conflict or anti-Semitism, or what's causing this increased group conflict between Jews and other groups? Or did you just have generic questions on Judaism and thought you'd taken advantage of the stream to be able to, get some of your basic questions answered?
Yeah, like I just want to ask a few questions, but if you guys are already discussing stuff, it can wait till later.
Well, I want to keep this Ask the Rabbi, so I like Gandalf and John coming on, but I wanted to topical to have it more, Ask the Rabbi, because I could make a stream with Gandalf or John on a different topic, a different time, and because of the post Adam Green stream, wanted to keep this more Judaic centered, possibly on the topic of current politics, Israel group conflict.
Well, I actually have like a lot, but for the questions that I asked before, it just occurred to me like, and I didn't even know this, but from what I understand, the ancient biblical Jewish traditions, they actually had like 2 times when the wife would see the husband, which is like the first time they get betrothed, and then the second time when the husband like invites the wife to his home. Is that correct?
Okay, yeah. Let me thank John for the $5 super chat. I'm almost at my $100 to see if I actually could take the money out. So, I noticed that question, and so according to Jewish law, there's usually, I guess, 3 parts, sometimes 2 or 3 parts of betrothal that a marriage, to take place. There's, the actual ceremony, there's the sexual relations, and there's betrothal. So now, usually Jewish weddings, those are all done at one time, although historically the first part of betrothal, at least, making an announcement, a public declaration, could have even been a signing of a contract, was made like a year in advance. So some ultra-Orthodox people might still do it like that, and splitting up the ceremony, the different acts of betrothal, and doing one of them first, and then, a year later having the ceremony and the relations. Typically today, all 3 parts are done at the wedding.
And do you know how, like in Isaiah, God describes, I don't know if it's Isaiah, but I'm pretty sure it's Isaiah. God sort of describes Israel as like his wife. And he's talking about how, like, if they keep going after idols, it's kind of like he wants to divorce them, or it's kind of like a divorce against him because they're seeking after other gods. But God,
that's the metaphor. That was I trying to explain to Adam, just the language and the type metaphors that the Bible uses of, like, the promise reward to the righteous for remaining loyal. It'll use the example of, Israel, like, God forbid, could be the unfaithful wife or the faithful wife. And, so there's different metaphors that the Bible employs in relation to, the Jewish people and God, either like as a wife or as a son. And, so I'm not sure what you're getting at, if you want something more deeper into the metaphor, or just, the metaphoric language in general that the Bible uses to express the relationship between God and the Jewish people. And, if Elron, Door, are you there, Elron?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, so let me, give YouTube another question, then I'll turn it over to you.
Okay.
Yeah, so like when I found out that the like there was actually, like, it's like a 2-part process of like marriage, it occurred to me like, how come the Jewish people are waiting for the Messiah to come only once, when if like the marriage ceremony somehow relates to like God looking, just metaphorically speaking, if the marriage ceremony is about God being the husband and Israel being the wife, then and this is historic, is like old biblical time Israel marriage ceremony, wouldn't it be proper for the Jewish people to think about the Messiah coming more than once? Because in the
Well, are
Jewish.
you trying to make an argument? I mean, just like I got other people and questions. I want to try to hurry you up a little bit. But are you trying to make an argument in favor of Christianity and say, like, okay, this metaphor in the marriage ceremony indicates that Messiah is going to come twice, and therefore you should reconsider, whether Jesus could become the Messiah?
Oh, no, my question is if other rabbis or like ancient Jewish commentators talked about the Messiah coming more than once.
No, I mean, generally not. Like, no, I mean, according to most Jewish tradition, there might be a soul of Messiah of generations, but no, I mean, Messiah coming is a one-time process, and then once Messiah comes, the whole, cosmos is basically transformed and will never return to the fallen state. Saying there was, God forbid, the sin in the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve, and now we're in this fallen state. And after Messiah comes, will be the end of that fallen state. So it's not going to be, a more than one-time thing, even though, maybe like the metaphor could hint to the possibility. But, the other verses or whatever, I don't know of, any mainstream. I mean, there's a concept of Mashiach ben Joseph and Mashiach ben David, but Mashiach ben Joseph is, is not like a Messiah. It's just a figure that does certain things that allow the Messiah ben David to come.
So, like, the rabbis didn't see the parallels between the marriage ceremonies of ancient Israel and then like the coming of the Messiah, right? That's
well, and I mean, there might be similar things. I mean, obviously, something like the Messiah, the birth pains of Messiah, compared to like the pains of giving childbirth, and there might be metaphors. I can't think offhand of metaphor being like compared to marriage or something, or like the waiting period, that right now, like, we've been betrothed to God and right now we're in the waiting period before the marriage. I mean, I'd have to think offhand, but I don't remember any metaphors like that.
Okay, yeah, that was my question. I mean, I have more, but yeah, the other guys want to ask questions too. So
you would stay on for a while if you want. Let me hand it on to Elron, because I want to get new people on and hear new voices, and I appreciate new people coming on. And if Gandalf and John, you want to stay on, that's fine, but I want to try to use the show too, because I got a lot of people tuning in after Adam to answer new people's questions or just introduce them to the audience. So let me turn to Elron.
Yeah, good evening, guys. I'm from Germany, so excuse me for my bad English. I saw your debate with No More News, and I appreciate that Jews are finally talking to some, you might call it, people who criticize some things of Judaism or some specific parts of people of the Jewish tribe. And it is impossible to do that here in Germany. So I always have to look for English channels that do that. So I really appreciate it to learn more about it. But my question, if I can, I'm really into symbolism, the occultism stuff, history and myth stuff. And I'm particularly interested over the last few months about Egypt. And my specific question to Jews I always wanted to ask is, who do you think, so I hear some Jews talking about Amalek a lot, and who represents Amalek in today's people, who are the Amalek people today. But I hear also Jews are still mentioning, of course, that the Egyptian expelled them from Egypt. And I'm interested, is there any discussion of who the Pharaoh was ethnically, or the Egyptian during that time of the kicking out the Jews at that time, that specific time? Is there any debate of who, like the Amalek people, who were the Egyptians during that time? Do you think? Yeah.
Well, I've done streams in the past about them, and if I see Ecce in the chat, like the last time I did, like me and Ecce spoke for hours about Amalek. Egypt is one of the 70 grandchildren. Like, I think Ask the Rabbi number 10, the last one I did, was about Noah and the 70 grandchildren. So, I mean, the Judaic theory of the Tower of Babylon I mean, the Tower of Babel and the dispersion of languages that, that after the flood, Noah and his 3 children got off, and his 3 children have 70 grandchildren, and those 70 grandchildren come to become the founder of various nations. And in Hebrew, Egypt is called Mitzrayim, and that's so the Egyptian nation is one of the grandchildren of Ham. Like if you've heard of Shem, Yafet, and Ham, which in biblical so say mythology or cosmology is the father of the like Ham, Africa, Shem, the Middle East, like Semitic, and Yafet of Europe, and Egypt is a grandson of Ham from Africa. So I mean the Bible does carry down these lineages. To speak about how the Paro became Paro, there's not that much in the Bible. Just kind of recognizes the phenomenon that there's Paros and they're leaders of Egypt, without giving an internal explanation, like how did Egyptian society get structured the way it got structured, and why does Egypt have Paros, and who are these Paros? So in that aspect, I don't think the Bible talks that much about it. And even Jewish literature doesn't mention that much. You have to turn to archaeology or Egyptian records, and maybe it shows that like the biblical canon doesn't really care about that question. They don't consider that a question of importance, and hence it's not mentioned.
Okay, because I haven't found anything about it on YouTube, and I was wondering, is there any discussion about it? Because I see it on other people's that are mentioned in the
not
Bible.
really a nation. Amalek's like a small tribe, and really Amalek is interbred with the Jewish people, because Amalek, comes from a mixed marriage that includes Esau, and even comes like Amalek was supposed to intermarry with the Jews, and then they weren't allowed to, and then intermarried with the half brother Esau, and that leads to the tribe of Amalek. So it's not the same thing as like Egypt, which is considered one of the 70 nations, where Amalek is just like this, God forbid, like tribe resulting from like bad marriages and disputes between the descendants of Abraham that have caused disastrous consequences till today. So I mean, they're different phenomenon. The Bible and the scholars have different ways that obviously the Jews were slaves to Egypt, and like Daniel will talk about the main nations, that generally there's one non-Jewish nation that's favored and is like the head, the most powerful nation. Like so you have in the Bible, according to that, he was like Egypt. Then you had Assyria, Persia, Babylon, Greece, Rome, and for whatever reason, God chose this Gentile nation to be the head of nations, but eventually Israel will be the head of nations. But at the time of the biblical canon, usually the text will talk about the Jewish relation to the key nation of the time, as opposed to Amalek isn't really a nation. Amalek is just like this tribe that hates the Jews due to some internal dispute that escalated.
Yeah. Do you look? I'm also an ethno-nationalist, for you to get that, and I think when I look at the Bible,
Are you part of the AF? What do they call that? The AFD, the German Nationalist Party.
I support the AFD, but I wouldn't say they are as ethno-nationalists. They have a sense of. I think they are in between civic nationalists and some kind of ethno-nationalist. I think they would go farther than some patriotic parties. They would say Germans shouldn't be a minority in their home country, but not farther than that. And there's also some different fractions within the AfD. The East is more open about it, and the Western part is more cucked, I would say. It's more cucked, yeah. But yeah, I support the AfD, but
Are you like an alt-righter? Do you listen to like Greg Johnson and John Morgan and Richard Spencer? You have like different people that you listen to.
Yes, I have different people that I listen to. Of course, I know Richard Spencer and all these guys. I would say the closest to my ideology or point of view is No White Guilt, who works together also with Mark Collette. And he has this great concept. I think it's the concept for the 21st century.
I
which
saw that
is-
where Adam Green a few weeks ago was on Mark Collett and No White
Yeah.
Guilt. So I'm not sure if you saw that episode, but I watched that episode.
Yes, I saw it. Yeah, which is ethno-pluralism, and yeah, he has this concept of white well-being, which you can then adapt for every people in the world, right? And I think really this is the 21st century ideology, which is the only way I see this can all end peacefully if everyone would adapt this ideology of ethno-pluralism.
Was ethnopluralism like multiculturalism? Or what were you talking about? You're
No.
nationalist? Or?
It is ethno-nationalism for all nations. So everyone respect no imperialism, right? Because if you want to be sovereign in your country, you don't have the right to attack another country and all this stuff. And you value, you don't say your culture is above another. You can say that in your country, but you won't be as arrogant and say, let's say, like the globalist liberalists do today, that everyone has to have this democracy or something, and this is the best model. It's a kind of supremacist ideology.
I'm very familiar.
I would
I've
say.
been in these circles debating this for a few years. And I mean, have you seen me before in any of my, or was this the first time you saw me tonight?
No, I saw you before. I don't know if it was also on Adam Green's stream or some other stream.
I agree with Christopher Ben Jerkness the first time. I've been on, JF Greppi a few times, or Brundlefly.
Yeah.
I was on, I debated Eric Stryker once.
Oh,
yeah, I've been debating
he's
with
hardcore. He's hardcore. I have to.
I've been on the alt-right kind of, because I was, I guess, libertarian like JF, where I kind of like libertarian JF, libertarian alt-right, and multicultural. Since there's not too many questions on Judaism right now, we
yeah.
have Jon Vance, if you ever heard of him. He's from Canada and promoting the CNP. I don't know if you know the Canadian National Party. And we have Gandalf, and who is in a non, but he is an ethnic German. Who's an American citizen whose family's been in America for a long time, but ethnic German, very educated, has a lot of thoughts. So in terms of your ethno-pluralism, probably Gandalf or John might know more about it. And so if you want to talk with them for a few minutes to give me a break, there doesn't appear too many chats, although I did just get a $5 super chat. Got to appreciate that. What will happen, NSP? What will happen to Zion if they build the third temple and the Mashiach doesn't come? So, I mean, God forbid that's likely. If they build the third temple, Mashiach is supposed to do all these things before building the temple. So it should be, very, according to religion, it should be utterly obvious who the Messiah is before the temple's built, because they brought world peace and convinced all of the world to unite under one God. So if the person tries to build the temple first, it will probably be through military action, and unlikely that that's going to bring the signs of redemption. Although I could see that happening, like, predicting and just knowing the nature of Jews or fallacies and the way the mind works, that it's possible that there will be a move to violently rebuild the temple, and unlikely that that will produce, any benefit for anybody. But, I'll hand it back to you guys if you want to talk about this ethno-pluralism, which is related, and John and Gandalf probably know more about that than I do.
Yeah, we can do that. But I would have another question, but we can do that.
That's fine. If you have another question on Judaism, specific to Judaism, maybe ask me that, and I'll hand it to. I'll let you guys talk for a minute while I
okay, grab a coffee or something. Then okay, then I let Gandalf speak. And
but if you have something very related to Judaism, like a quick question, if you want to ask it real quick. Or just put out now, like a topic that you want to discuss later that maybe.
Yeah, from an ethno.
But don't mean to interrupt. Church of Entropy's backstage, Doooovid.
Okay, when I got
Yes, breaking news. Yeah.
I'm at my limit now. So Imam, so I guess Imam, you're going to have to wait. So it gives me a 6 limit now. So I'm at my 6 limit. So I got Imam Muhammad. So if you're serious and have questions, you just have to wait a little bit or put it in the chat, and let's see. But now it looks like I have a more European bent. So we might keep this ethno pluralist discussion, since we have a lot of Europeans on, and then maybe take a more Muslim issue. So we got a pretty full panel. So maybe I'll just take my break now. I don't know if you have to pop off soon, or we could be in touch in the future. You could reach out to me on Twitter or comment on my videos if you want to talk more about Judaism. Are you a streamer, Elron, or is this the first time you popped on?
No, I once had a channel, but it was completely shadow banned. So now I support some YouTubers on in different countries, and this is more or less what I do on YouTube. Yeah.
Okay, so let me take a few minute break. I'm going to unplug the mic so I'll be able to hear, and all the other people besides you, Elron, are people that I've been talking to a long time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you have any questions or on ethno-pluralism, you can ask me.
Yeah, so if you don't mind me asking, so you follow No White Guilt.
Yes.
I like him too. What made you kind of attracted to his message as compared to, the more, I guess, Wignat type people out there? Because I do like the tone of his channel. It's very normie friendly and gets people just thinking in terms of, love yourself, take care of yourself, take care of other people, who are European and even non-Europeans who want Europeans to have well-being. I mean, I like that mode. It's hard not to like it. So what kind of turned you on to that?
I think you already answered most of it. This is a big part of it. Also, this project that he really, you have these single figures who are just out there and don't have a group building. He wants to have a community and gets everyone involved, have project together with the audience, getting the audience active and not being passive anymore, right? This is also a big part, and I see a great benefit of that, and to really spread the word even farther. And what he also does that I haven't seen before is this whole concept of white well-being. So this is a great contra narrative of all the buzzwords, all this racist stuff you get accused of whenever you talk with a cultural Marxist anti-white. This word anti-white is very important. And he really gets into the leftist mindset. He knows who they think, how they think, and how to counter that, right? This is what's fascinating to me, and his whole channel is based on that. And I think this is one of the most important stuff people need to understand to bring our message forward.
Oh, I agree. I mean, I think there's a lot of Stockholm syndrome. There's a lot of Europeans are just, for whatever reason, we've been totally demoralized and psyched out. I mean, some people say it's because of that Yuri Brezhnev article. I mean, like, this cultural Marxism is just another way that the Russians did communism or whatnot. But, like, at this point, like, and plus, like, all the, the disgusting behavior, including even some of the Fed posting you see in certain forums and the other bad behavior, I think it just is like Europeans lashing out like a wounded, weak animal. I mean, now is the time really to turn inward and show that we care for ourselves, and then care for other people, other European peoples, and even those non-Europeans that care about us. Because, I found, even as I've kind of taken a more white well-being approach, I guess. I mean, I'm not his approach. I'm more of an entropist approach, but I don't think his approach is necessarily bad or wrong or heretical from that point of view. But the more I've kind of taken that approach and just been, I care about people like me. I'm a Deutsche Amerikaner. I want our people to be okay. I love my ancestors. I love my heritage, and I want both myself and other people in my family to have a successful progeny. It's like, this is just normal human behavior. There's nothing pathological about it. It doesn't mean I hate non-Europeans. If certain non-Europeans just absolutely hate me, well, fine, then we can hate each other, I guess. I don't care. But it's like, loving yourself and loving people like yourself and loving people who aren't yourself but who love you too is normal. And we need to go back to that. And
Yes.
and our issue is not like all these political and ideological changes we're going to make. Yes, we need to like conform to the truth. Yes, we need to care for ourselves, and we're not doing a good job of that. And I think he's doing a good job within his sphere of shifting the conversation in that direction.
Yes, and I think I really have to say I was around many people who would look. You have these Pan-African movements. They are very ethnocentric, right? And they know all this stuff. They see themselves as a group, but all these groups have this double standard. They don't criticize themselves. For myself, I criticize white people all the time, right? All these people in power, like for example, here in Germany, Merkel, right? I criticize a lot, and all this leftists running around, all these hipsters and all this stuff. But I never see that really on a large scale with other people who think ethnocentric. And these people have these double standards. And I tell them all the time, I understand you. I want you to have your identity still, but you can't have it in our country. And you can't have these double standards, because these double standards, we see them already, and more people will see them. And this will fuel hate, right? If you have these double standards and you're not honest with yourself, then we see that. And this will radicalize people. We warn them of that. We bring also people back from being this spurky type of Daily Stormer type of guys, right? Which is, okay, you can be more radical to trigger people on the internet and all this stuff. But now it's time to get serious, have a serious message out there, a message that is not violent, that is open to people, saying, look, we have empathy for the people of Tibet, right? Because they have the same goal as we have. We can have sympathy with these guys. They're getting ethnically replaced just as we are, right? So, and it's,
Well, I just wanted to point out, like, it's Cardinal Robert Serra, the big African conservative in the College of Cardinals, and the Dalai Lama, who've been the two world religious leaders who spoke out against the refugees coming into Europe. I mean, but none of the European prelates will dare speak a word about it.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah, it's hard to demonize the Dalai Lama, right?
What's the point of just endlessly criticizing everyone? Ethno-nationalist circles are filled with endless criticism and narcissism of small differences and stupid personality cult muscle flexes.
Have you got that, Gandalf? The question.
Yeah. I get that question. I mean, what is, if you look at these so-called, white nationalist, pro-European, whatever you want to call these circles, the endless infighting and narcissism of small differences, the prick waving, the tearing each other apart over minor issues, the purity spiraling, the endless self-criticism, I think, is, yes, we need to criticize people like Mother Merkel and whatnot, but like, we do this on ourselves far worse. And it's why is that so? What's wrong with us that causes us to do that?
I think it's in the European spirit to always be more perfect, be perfectionist. It's part of that, but we can't allow that this time. I think, for example, the optic debates was important, but it's gone so far. But now we more or less understand what the problem is. And No White Guilt is, for example, talking about this purity spiraling has to end. And he tells people what is good and what is not good. I can't really explain it that well in English, but I get where he's coming from. So yeah, he addresses this topic especially often in his streams. This whole divide et impera, right? Yeah, definitely.
It kind of seems to be a contradiction in that. On the one hand, you're saying Europeans are cockeyed idealists, and then you're saying purity spiraling is a bad thing. Isn't purity a good thing?
Yes, it is, but it's going to an extent like that is over minor things, right? And we can do that after. For example, you had this division between Christians.
Christians have been killing pagans for like hundreds of years, so that might be something to deal with ASAP, due to not wanting to be genocided again by a bunch of raving lunatic Christians.
Yeah, but I don't think that even the hardcore Christians like Nick Fuentes thinks about killing pagans anymore. So it really doesn't matter.
Death threats on me and saying they want to burn me at the stake and censoring me from their chats. What's going on, Ecce Lux? So yeah, it is an issue.
Yeah,
At no point did I ever say that I wanted to visit violence on anyone, so settle down, buddy.
It's probably LARPing or fat posting, right? When this happens, and yeah.
Yeah, and people are like, and I'm just like, no, I'm gonna oppose this, and I don't really care if you think it's purity spiraling, because it's not. It's just being civilized as opposed to a barbarian.
Yeah.
There's a European idealism, I mean, has its place, but it needs to be contained. Like, purity is a goal to be achieved. It's not something to be won by destroying other people. I mean, Europeans are intensely individualistic as well. And I think there's going to be some of us that, cohere around certain strategies, certain activities, certain interests, and certain personality types, and we need to respect within reason. And that's the second part. And I think Church of Entropy might have some commentary on that. Within reason, we need to let people go their own way, have voluntary associations and voluntary activities, so they and people like them can develop their part in, helping our people go free, as Jason Cohn would say. But, we need to avoid thinking that, we all have authority over one another just because my authority or my dick or my big brain nibba or whatever kind of basis for our prick waving is. I think a lot of people in this thing think they have authority and they don't know or don't want to do the work to establish it. And to establish it, it needs to be earned. And the price for that is actually much higher than people think. And people's egos prevent them from submitting to potentially better authorities in their midst.
Yeah, people need to submit to truth, logic, and morality. And there's nothing more true than reincarnation, which is proven with quantum mechanics. So until you can accept that, don't expect me to take anything you say seriously. Thank you very much.
I'm a pretty passionate believer, and I might say it in another way, because I like Nietzsche's explanation, but the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. The fact that the universe is not linearly teleological, but cyclical. I think Europeans before Christianity, we might not have called it reincarnation, but our entire folk faith had a very, very, very intuitive understanding of this.
Yes, I'm a pagan myself, but I don't get to war with the Christians because we have other problems at the moment, right?
I don't know. Christians have been a pretty big problem for a pretty long time, so it might be time to look at that at some stage, rather than just letting me deal with it all.
Well, I address these lunatic Christian end times prophecy Christians, but I have no point of arguing to Dr. E. Michael Jones, for example, who argues for bringing back logos. Even my understanding of logos might be a bit different of his, but he wants to bring back traditional family values and all this stuff, and this is good. But this end times prophecy shit.
Good. It's not good. I'm sorry, but there's no logic in that religion. So no one can point to me anything actually good about this system of belief. But that's a big concern.
Yeah, look, if people can, I would bow down to Christianity if it brings back family harmony and all this stuff, right? I'm a pragmatic guy, right? I don't need to solve that religious question right now. We can do it when we are in power, and there are so many open questions. If you go really deep into this religious stuff, right? All these answers you wouldn't get if you're not in power. You only get this when you are in power and have the scientists on your side that do neutral research and all of this stuff.
Yeah, I don't think so. I've got the answers, and I'm not in power. And
yeah, if you believe so.
Hold
just-
on.
Okay.
One quick second. Something E. Michael Jones said that, I respect E. Michael Jones as a scholar who believes what he believes. But when he said something like, if it weren't for the Catholic Church, Germans
this is ridiculous.
in the forest. I am sorry. That was deeply offensive.
Yeah.
Some people
there were no Greeks, there were no Romans. Yeah.
People argue against that. They say, well, maybe if I wouldn't be a wage cuck if it wasn't for the Catholic Church. So there's always that way as well too.
Yeah.
That's a good rejoinder. The Catholic Church has caused tremendous damage on Europeans. I mean, all the talk all these people have about Jews, I think our biggest problem is we've had this Christian foreign religion imposed by force and in considering its own dogmas in the worst possible way upon our people. And this is a 2,000-year violation of our spiritual freedom. I am strongly on the anti-Christian side, and if we keep it in any form whatsoever, it requires tremendous reform.
You're never going to reform it. You're never going to reform it if they believe that Jesus Christ is God. They'll always have a scapegoat, right? That's the thing with Christians. It's always
a scapegoat.
It is a scapegoat, though.
How is Jesus Christ being God a scapegoat?
It is a scapegoat. He died for your sins, so you put your sins upon Jesus Christ. So therefore, he's a scapegoat.
Well, you're quote scapegoating with your religion too. You're saying I'm too lazy to actually learn how things work, so I'm just going to go with something that gives me easy answers. It's a scapegoat.
Does your lack of theological knowledge just make you go up, spiel that ad hom attack? Like, obviously, I know a lot more about this than you.
Okay.
You claim that the Jews
CNP, you're going to get lambast. You're going to get laughter and derision from Entropy, and that's all you're going to get. I'm just letting you know that ahead of time.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, it's just weird that she doesn't see Jesus as a scapegoat. Like, she's trying to defend Christianity now. I don't know what
I'm just stating facts here. You guys have a problem with that because you're lying.
Are you familiar with the term eternal sin?
I tell the truth, and it's.
Are you familiar with the term eternal sin? That we are forever sinful, and thus we must put our sins on Jesus Christ.
You're referring to Augustinian original sin, and Augustinianism is even controversial within certain aspects of non-Western Christianity.
Well, yeah, it's obviously there's a huge Calvinist sect in America and in Canada as well that believes in this kind of this puritanical ideal of always repenting.
Lutheranism is also
purity that you guys talk about.
Lutheranism also comes from Augustinianism because Martin Luther was an Augustinian monk.
Look, all this Bible stuff, there's so many books and things that weren't taken into the Bible and all this stuff. So we have to also talk about that. But
it was written years after.
Why do you need to talk about a foreign religion that was forced on us under threat of death? A bunch of superstitions.
There were some Germans, for example.
Who cares about some stupid book?
Yeah, wait.
It's history. I don't know if you're really qualified for that discussion, Jen, but
how many times are you going to say that, Vance? Anybody who knows me respects
trying to understand where they're coming from, Jen, and obviously you're trying to derail that conversation.
Oh, all right. I'm trying to derail a conversation about what exactly? You LARPing as Claire
I
Carl?
think you being a woman here gets you really emotional, and you have your bunch of beta cucks around you that are just a bunch of yes men who ban people on their chat. And,
I'm not a yes man, and
yes, you are.
no, I am not. I am a very critical thinker, and I
can't really,
and the first pass through is I gave it an 80% approval rating, and I rarely give 50% approval rating.
I can't
to the greatest minds in the academy.
I could take what Gandalf, because Gandalf is obviously more educated on this than Jen. Jen's more, I guess, a scientist. But yeah, every time she tries to go into these conversations, she just derails it into something totally irrelevant. So it's just really a waste of time with her in the room.
Well, I know a lot about the history of Western philosophy and statecraft, and I don't think too many of my views contradict Church of Entropy's fundamental axioms. If anything, her fundamental axioms about how nature and physics work enhance, deepen my views as opposed to contradict most of them.
Enjoy it, guys. Get used to it. This is your future.
What future is that?
Entropism is the answer.
You will all fail who oppose me.
The impression that I get is that Jen is fundamentally into the material matrix. It seems like mammon worship. I don't find it interesting
I like
at all.
to make every single type of food on stream and then describe the food that I'm eating in great detail. I'm the materialist here. Is that right? Got any proof to go with that?
I have no problem discussing food. I like food.
Yeah, I know, because you're a superficial materialist and you're
This is
projecting.
what happens when you have a woman in a room.
Talking about superficial material.
Conversation.
Yeah, welcome back, Doovid. I thought it was a great show.
Conversation changes dramatically with the woman in the room when men are trying to talk about politics. It's just
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to bring the stream back to the Ask the Rabbi.
LARPing.
Let's bring it back to intellectual subjects, please.
Yeah, Elron, all these people are streamers, so if you know any of these people, or you might run into them or stream with them on their own channel and continue this conversation. So let's take it back, because it is the Ask the Rabbi, take it back to a more Jewish centered, but just because we're talking about materialism for $2, is Church of Entropy a growler? And I don't know what he means by a growler, if you want to bother answering that for only $2.
Well, I am the growler, so I'm famous for that.
Okay, and you say it costs more than $2 for growling, and when Gandalf gets 1,000 subscribers on his channel, people could pay him to growl. Okay, so I was thinking, because I have Gandalf and Church of Entropy, and we have a Church of Entropy we have a Sunday week in review. And Gandalf has been part of these conversations. Ecce thinks in a somewhat similar spiritual pattern, where we were talking about kind of like net sum total karma, and we'd been arguing the last few weeks about kind of like how much does money represent karma, and the flow of economics as a model for a flow of karma in general, and how do you accumulate money? Is there a relationship between the accumulation of good karma and the accumulation of money, which wasn't what I want to talk about, but in terms of you looking at the Jews have been a big influence on all of your societies of the West through ideas. People in the chat were asking like Shabbatai Tzvi and his influence on Jewish movements hundreds of years later, but your societies have been influenced by things like Christianity, which is ideas of Judaism, even if the vehicle of Christianity may have been Jews, it may have been your own people who were pushing the idea, not ethnically Jews, but even if it was your own people pushing these ideas, or different non-Jews, that they were Jewish ideas being disseminated. Then you had Jews living amongst you, your own interaction in your nations with Jews over thousands of years now, or hundreds of years, depending where you're from, and the influence of Jewish ideas on your society, things like Freud, or whatever influence that there have been prominent Jews in these in your cultures that have influenced the way that you see society structured. And like Kevin McDonald, like there is a nature towards group conflict, and anti-Semitism is just this nature of potential group conflict, where you have varying groups that sometimes could have positive relationships, sometimes the relationships could be negative, and sometimes that could escalate.
Oh, okay. You're in your monologue there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is interesting to you or how you're thinking about these issues, or are you taking like a more spiritual approach, where talking like a net, you're trying to estimate some like net sum total of karma that the Jews have had this net sum total force on civilization and the societies that we reside, which will include a bag of good and bad.
I think there is some Jews that have assimilated into the society, and they've gone away from their religious principles, and so they should renunciate their status as Jews. That's my take on it.
You do realize that there's no actual status that's
there's multiple facets of identity. So identity is made up of religion, race, ancestry, ethnicity, nation of origin, neighborhood, all these various things. So if a person doesn't follow the Jewish religion, there's still is likely to be many facets of their identity that will still identify as Jewish. So, I mean, and just certainly as a libertarian, it's like whatever people identify, society needs to get along. You need to have society structured in a way, but like like government stepping in and controlling, and how people could identify. Certainly not my politics, but I don't even know if that's your take on the general influence of competing group strategy. What does that mean for you as a Gentile? What advantages there to you?
It doesn't necessarily mean that the Jews are necessarily. Jews tend to be on average more active in their political as opposed to the Gentile, so they are more disciplined in that way. And I don't know if that has to do with genetics or not, maybe, but I'd say that I guess that you're alluding to money making and like I used to think like Gandalf, like I thought money was the root of all evil, and I was poor and I thought the accumulation of money was somehow like bad against my karma, but I've come to accept now it's actually there's some good uses of the accumulation of capital for your group evolutionary strategy, as such as your nation, like putting tariffs on your nation so your workers will pay less tax. So there is definitely like a nuanced way. I get where you're coming from, David, when it comes to accumulation of capital. It's always the person with the most resources and who is the most industrious always seems to be more successful, as opposed to one who just wants to live out in the woods in a shed where they don't believe in modern plumbing. So yeah, I've been there before when Gandalf had space, but I've come to admit that making money in of itself is not all bad as I thought it was.
Okay, Ecce, you have any your thoughts on this like larger concept of the sum total of karma of the interaction of Jews and the societies where we reside?
Yes. Two thoughts. The first is that money is just a tool, and like any tool, it's how you wield it. You can either use a knife to stab someone, or you can make a nice meal. Similarly, money, you can either use it to buy a hitman, or you can use it to pay for your kids' college tuition. So money is just a tool. I think it's how you use it. That said, my understanding is that somewhere in the 613 mitzvahs, there's a commandment by God to conduct usury against the Gentiles, but not fellow Jews. So I would argue that it's a little bit one-sided with respect to Jewish people. The other one would be Jewish presence in non-Jewish societies. I would say that demonstrably it's depends on who we're talking about, depends on where you're looking at it. If I recall correctly, it's only 80% of Jews who are for things like open borders and things like that. So there's still a clean 20% that are pretty reasonable and pretty amenable to at least some form of assimilation. But the problem is that whenever they move into a given area, they do not assimilate. A fantastic example of that would be the Book of Esther, which is the basis for Purim, one of the two major holidays within Judaism. And basically the net of that one is that they move into a society, Iran, Persia in this case, refuse to assimilate, and then end up massacring 75,000 Persians. So I think there is some evidence historically, and even in contemporary societies, that there is sort of a mixed bag of it. I will admit that I went through a J.D. Salinger phase. I think he's funny. I think he's hilarious. And I would say that he's a really, really funny Jewish guy. And I love him. So there are examples of Jews who offer positive contributions, but I would say that given where America and Germany are right now, I would say that the negative aspect is rearing its head. So I think it depends on where you're looking at it.
What about you, Elron? I mean, not even just the Jewish people or all people. If you look at total, like some sort of net total, some transactional value of good and bad, and certainly like the Jewish people who had a long history in Europe of at least 1,000 years, and changed European culture many ways through the interaction.
Yes, definitely. If I would go even with multiculturalism, if there's one good thing of multiculturalism and mass migration, it is that for the first time in history, I think even, Europeans see themselves as Europeans, as not only as Germans, French, British, or something, but as a group. This is also the ethno-pluralist worldview. You have a regional interest, like in Germany, you have the Saxons, you have the Bavarians. We want to keep that right intact. You also have this national identity, which is German, but you are also part of Europe. And for the first time, we see ourselves not only as Germans, but as whites or as Europeans.
So
And this would be a good thing to prevent further brother wars in the future.
Just 1 second, Johnny. I know Eki might know more about this also. I was just talking to someone earlier about like the use of Caucasian, and from my understanding, Caucasian is the skull type, and most Europeans have a Caucasian skull type, but the Caucasian denomination will include a larger amount than just Europe. That might include Arabs and Turks and various people. Say, okay, are Jews Caucasian? So what type of skull do we have? And from that classification, like for Europeans in America, did it pay to use the larger European classification, or to even expand that and use the Caucasian classification?
You have in-betweens. You were mentioning, for example, the people of Amalek before. And I think from what I read, I'm very much in the S&P. Do you know what that is?
The Standard & Poor's, the stock exchange?
It's a protein which you can measure how much the DNA. I'm not so good in English, but you will find that with these S&Ps, let me just search what the real name for it is. S&P DNA. So it's called. I have to go to the English page. He
Oh, I mean,
showed
it's not
me the
important. We
German,
got 60 people
German
watching,
page.
so
Okay,
so
okay.
just try to get to your point quickly.
So it's a single nucleotide polymorphism, and if you Google S&P, and then for Europeans, you have different categories of Europeans, and you will see that the Germans are much more closely ethnically related to the British people, as with the Poles, for example, and the Polish people are more closer genetically related to the Russians, right? And you have all these scales there, but you will find that every European is more closely related to one another than to Syrians, for example. And then you go farther, the Africans,
Even though you
the
have the same skull
blacks.
type.
Yes, but you have these different markers of genetics. It's much more precise than just scope, the skull size or some other measures. This is the most precise thing. These S&P scores. You can go very deep into that, and this is also very interesting if we talk about mass migration and how it changes, has a chance to change genetics. There's a brilliant video called Ethnic European Interest, and you will see how much of an effect it would have if, let's say, Germans let in Swedes, 100,000 Swedes, and what the scale would be, what the change in the genetics would be if you would not let in 100,000 Swedes, but 100,000 Africans. And there's some guy that have written a book about it, and it's based on this snippets, on these S&P scores.
Have you met Ecce Lux before? I know Ecce gave me this article like a year ago, something about that, where you're just showing a small amount of immigration could decrease birth rates by exponential amounts of host population. If that's similarly related, but like Ecce's a common streamer that expresses a lot of the same concerns of yours, although obviously he's American, and so I've heard some of this.
Yeah, I actually I took those sets of streams down, and I think I'm going to go ahead and reread that article because I think it's very worth a read. And yeah, the concept exactly is that because it's all based on the concept of land only has so much in the way of carrying capacity. And as you introduce new people to the plot of land, the carrying capacity is taxed ever further until at some point you cannot have any more humans on the land without other humans dying. So there's only so much that you can do. This is, even though I don't like the phrasing blood and soil because there's a lot of associations to it, that's fundamentally the concept behind blood and soil. It's that, look, you've got your land, you've got where you are, and if you're going to invest time, energy, resources, and sacrifices and your life into that land and other people come into it, then they're taking away your ability to provide for your family. So that's a major problem. Yeah. And this is the main issue with immigration, in my view.
Well, that's when you get biological comparisons. Biological comparisons are much more likely to have this group conflict at the core of them than maybe like philosophical or ethical type things that people try to derive their politics from.
But they're linked. They are linked.
Yes,
and if you think about it, the differences between the people that are coming in and us are vast. That's a major problem. They have a fundamentally different worldview than us. That's a big problem.
So do you think that Muslims are fundamentally different genetically and religiously? Like, do you think they're fundamentally brown? As opposed
to brown, it's different.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what the descriptor is, brown, white, black. That's completely irrelevant in my view. The problem is that they're too genetically distant. And, there are a multitude of issues.
So Muslims are genetically different? Like, how are they different from like Christian?
Okay, so physiognomy is a thing. As much as people don't like to think about it, whatever, it's real. the prefrontal cortex. That's where empathy, God, art, love, and all this good shit comes into play. That's also, by the way, where inhibition comes in. The ability to say no.
So you think being passive makes you superior?
No. Being able to say no makes you superior. Literally, the ability to refrain from doing something is, in my opinion, the basis of Western civilization.
But if we bring this back to group conflict, if you say the natural tendency of Jews, for whatever reason that we don't have to discuss now, would be to favor immigration. So you recognize that when you have Jews within your society, that the Jews will likely favor immigration, and they might be active in politics and trying to actually implement policies that, if you don't pay attention, you have Jews in your society and they're going to favor immigration. If you don't pay attention, next thing you know, they've changed the laws of your society, and in immigration policy in your society has drastically changed. Where does that come into?
I have to. No, I got to jump in just for a moment there. I would not use the phrasing "they changed the rules of your society" or one's society. I would say that they have imposed rules, their own rules, on societies on a basic level. And people are going to roll their eyes, and I don't really care. But I genuinely believe in our God-given right to free speech and also to keep and bear arms. And I would argue that the restrictions that are being imposed on us are alien to.
So what do you
and you don't even need
impose like gun control.
Well, yeah,
okay,
you're
no, I don't.
a biological group conflict where you say there's one group that is always going to have the tendency to try to direct society in this direction, and there might be other groups that are, having pushback because they don't want society pushed in that direction. But talking like
no. See, no, this is here. You're doing it again. You're doing it again, Doovid. It's not a matter. Okay, so what you're talking about is an infiltrating group. Group B, we'll call them. Okay, you're talking about Group B infiltrating the society of Group A.
It doesn't have to be infiltration. Just for whatever reason, Group A and B reside together in the same society. Where
I agree. Okay, so
it could be an infiltrating group where one group came to a place where they weren't, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that case for the example.
All right, so inasmuch as Jewish people regard themselves as being fundamentally different, Jewish people refuse to assimilate into Gentile civilizations. So inasmuch as they say that they are different, I am going to take them at their word and agree with them.
I think they assimilated pretty well, actually. Some of them.
I absolutely disagree. I fundamentally disagree. I'm with
Ecce on this too.
Yeah.
But I want to come back to what Doovid was saying. I just want to come back to what Doovid was saying just for a moment. I do not regard the alien group as directing society.
These are people of your own race that have.
Look, if you go with the civic nationalist definition of integration, the Jews integrated very well because they are not very criminal. Right? They don't stab people. They don't.
But that's only on paper.
No, I just go with the civic national.
We follow the recommendation. Like definition. We go to university.
They are successful in business, so they are not.
But all that's because of nepotism. That's all because of nepotism.
No, I mean, we follow.
Yes, of course. But this is the problem.
Going to university is not because of nepotism. May be advancing, but having a higher percentage of your population that gets educated and goes to university is not because of nepotism.
It is because of nepotism. That's completely what it is. These people always, what is it? They offer new faculty rooms and buildings or whatever to these universities. They fund the universities. They give each other favors. It's all nepotism.
Yeah, there's nepotism involved in the university system, but the value system of
that's my point.
Education that causes a disproportionate amount of Jews to go to university, and maybe there's nepotism involved, but even without nepotism, there would still be a disproportionate amount of Jews involved in education.
Yes, and as I'm sure everyone is well aware, one of the things we've seen is that Jewish people within America and Europe, they always have a higher per capita income Okay, and I honestly do attribute that to nepotism. So for me, it still comes back to nepotism. The children of these Jewish people, they have a head start that many poor white people do not have. Why? Because they do engage in nepotism. They help each other in ways that Gentiles don't.
So is it a problem of a class? Like one class is a different idea how to govern a nation as opposed to the other?
No, because I don't regard it as a
Won't
class
actually
issue.
serve in the interest of the rest of the nation?
No, I don't regard it as a class issue. To me, it's not a class issue.
Well, what about all the high class people in Virginia that oppose gun laws, like that are for gun confiscation?
80% of non-whites vote Democrat, and that's roughly correlated to being against firearms ownership.
But these people have the whole
free
power.
speech as well. Free speech as well.
It's one thing to have like low IQ immigrants come in, but it's another thing to actually have like high IQ people that are controlling the halls of power, that control the rules of law on what is right and what is wrong and what you can and can't say, and then can get you fired from your job.
Okay, so again, I would again come back to you are, in my opinion, you are bolstering my case. By having a completely heterogeneous group, you end up making a complete muddle of the entire situation. The only people that are overwhelmingly in favor of free speech and firearms ownership are white people. Everyone else is against it. So by importing a spanking new population...
Well, there's also non-whites that are for gun control as well, too.
Yeah, but they're only 20 to 30% of the population.
I'm going to try to bring this back to my Ask the Rabbi stream. So unless you guys have topics directly on Judaism, let me give people let me give people a chance to make like closing comments or something, on whatever they want to talk about, and then I want to go just back to talking about Judaism. So if you had any closing comments or otherwise, I want to shift it back to Judaism.
Doooovid, do you think that white Gentiles and Jewish liberals are at fault for the destruction of the nation?
I mean, there's too many tenets of your question that I probably, at least wouldn't phrase like you did. But and I'm not like a fault, like a collective karma of people who made poor decisions, and the accumulation of poor decisions caused structural breaks in society. That level, like, I mean, you might be able to make some sort of calculations, and everybody probably bears partial blame. So, like, it's unlikely that's the way I would phrase it or understand these collective forces of karma.
Yeah, I find that that's a failure of white nationalism. It's focused on what you are as opposed to who you are. And if they focused on white working class values as opposed to just skin color and skull shapes, I think it would actually go somewhere. But as I see this movement right now, it's just an underground movement that just seems like it's just a bunch of LARPers who pretend to be activists at this point.
If you don't mind, can we? I kind of siding with Doooovid here. Can we get back to theological questions?
Sure.
30 minutes ago, there were lots of interesting questions about Judaism and Christianity, which back to themes that were talked about on Adam Green's show. So I
actually agree. I want to apologize for my part of that, because I did introduce concepts that moved away from it. It's sometimes reflexive on my part, and for my sake, I apologize.
And I'm also searching for a quote the whole time, so I'm a bit,
all you guys are streamers, and so like I encourage you guys to stream together or talk about these subjects in a different time. But obviously I called this stream together more topical purpose.
I would say, because to refer to Doovid's thing, though, I honestly do view Judaism as being acerbic and a net negative on Gentile cultures.
I actually agree with Eki on that. I think it's not really the responsibility of Jews to dictate moral values to Gentiles. I think it's up to Gentiles to figure out what they want to do.
And to that point, there's a concept called Tikkun Olam, And the idea is that Jews are supposed to heal the world. There's a funny quote that a buddy of mine came out with, Poseidon, and I thought about it and I gave it a whirl and I came up with my own version of it. So this is his concept, but just my own spin. That the fundamental conflict is between those who want to be left alone and those who will not leave others alone. And inherent within the concept of Tikkun Olam, the Jewish concept of healing the world, is that it is their self-charged, self-appointed duty to heal the world. The problem is that their concept of healing is not identical with ours, and so it comes off as meddling. That's a major, major problem. So it's sort of like Edward Scissorhands. He may want to do the right thing or whatever, but the more he wants to help, the more he accidentally cuts the faces of the people he's trying to help.
Yeah, I mean, group conflict is natural tendency of interaction, and should be noted, and concerns of people of that worthy of being addressed, and the cultural exchange that to have a path forward obviously needs to be charted. But I don't want to have endless conversations on it tonight, because I have different venues for it. So I guess unless any of you have specific questions on Judaism, let me turn the show over or free it up for just people new to my channel that have basic questions on Judaism or topics that they want to address, because all you guys are streamers and there's hundreds of hours of your guys' content out there. Okay, so I guess
I'm interested in. I see a lot of Jews talking about race, and also I have found out that Susan Wojcicki, one of the, I think she is even the head of YouTube right now, and she's also have stacks in 23andMe. So I'm interested in.
I think that's her sister, who created 23andMe.
Or her sister, yeah, or her sister.
Yeah, let me say, Wojcicki is just a half Jew, also.
Okay. Yeah,
so
but
she's a blue. I mean, Wojcicki. I mean, she's obviously a blue-eyed woman.
Yeah, I'm also interested why. So I see a lot of powerful Jews talking about race all the time, but denying that there is such thing as race, right? They have this. They say privately they talk to each other about race all the time, and then they say there's no such thing as race. It's a social construct and all this stuff. And I want to find a quote of Benjamin Disraeli. Have you an opinion of Benjamin Disraeli?
I mean, he's a man accomplished a lot of things. I don't know if a overall judgment on him, like a net total of his good or bad influence. I mean, I believe he converted to Christianity. He was, God forbid, very involved in the occupation and plunder of India. But a great man in many ways, rising to power. His famous statement against Europe, that your ancestors were, like barbarians or whoever his ancestors were worshiping in King Solomon's temple or something like that. But what you mentioned Disraeli?
Yeah, I just found the quote, and I love this quote because this is my principle as well. And when I look at the Bible, I think this is a key to really understand the Bible. If you don't put in the racial question in the Bible, you won't understand a lot of things that is written in the Bible. And he once said, "No man will treat the indifferences of the principle of race. It is the key of history. And why history is often so confused is that it has been written by men who are ignorant of this principle and knowledge it involves." So this
I mean, most rabbinic biblical literature was very racial till up to the war, and even today, like within Hebrew or Israel, a lot of it's still very racial. So you have different concepts of Jewish group strategy that aren't necessarily looking to the Bible or historically the sages that that over the last few generations, Jews, especially in the West and America, maybe Germany before the war, had developed this strategy of assimilation, and somehow this strategy became dominant. We talk like Barry Weiss or something like that, where there's some sort of identifiable American Jew that isn't in line with how the Bible or religion had defined us, but we still grew into some sort of identifiable group today.
Yeah, I saw also at least
Just
two.
like Germans. That's why I said, let's say you and Gandalf might be genetically the same.
Yes.
But as a German in America, the Germans in America chose a different strategy than the Germans in Germany. So even if you're like genetically, you and Gandalf are basically the same because of multiple generations across the continent, you're presumably enough of that. You have strategic difference in how you go about you having success in life.
I want. I don't see big differences in, let's say, Americans and Germans. From there are differences in
how
culture,
a German in
behavior.
America, how a German American that relatively remained mostly Germanic blooded over generations will go about life in a different way than a German who remained in Germany, because they had to adapt a different strategy to acclimate to the location where they were at.
Yeah, this is it's coming off as a little bit disingenuous in my opinion, because like even though Elronder 1 and Gandalf may both have Germanic blood in them, they're not actively attempting to destroy their own civilization. As where with Judaism, the entire model is to undermine and destroy the seed of Amalek. So it's fundamentally combative. As where with Gandalf and Elronder 1, they are not combative to their own host society. They are the host society. So I don't think the analogy plays out.
Well, it's just a question of group strategy, and how territory where you live affects group strategy, and how you're going to organize. And but I don't want to continuously, I guess, come back to this group conflict and nationalism. I wanted to talk more just about Judaism. So, do you have anything else, Elron, or do you stream? Do you appear on streams?
Yes, mostly right now on some Speaker's Corner streams. Yeah, and I do some background work, but I won't talk about what I'm doing exactly there. But yeah, I do some stuff in the background.
Well, identity is a big issue. Like moving forward, how people define their own identity or group identity, and then conflicts between those are the current issue on the spectrum. That's what people are dealing with, and it's going to be important moving forward. And obviously, Jews have to find our place in this. And like Ecce's an activist. I guess you're an activist. I don't know if Gandalf's not really an activist, more an analyst or a scholar. But I want to make myself available. Like I did the stream, basically to provide a platform for people to get their basic questions on Judaism answered. So I guess, if you don't have any basic questions on Judaism, maybe we'll call it a night and continue this conversation a different time.
My advice for Jews is I see a big threat for Jews at the moment. There's a great awakening of some stuff that no more news is talking about. And the best way Jews could avoid a huge outbreak is to stop the double standards, be honest with yourself, as the whites are with themselves, as other groups might be in the future with themselves. It's not only based on Jews. I see it in a lot of groups. I see it with Muslims who are dishonest with themselves. For slavery, for example, they use slavery on the white people as a guilt trip to enlarging their power level, right? But they won't address the slave trade, which they have done, right? And I see it in every group, and I see the only group who's honest with themselves, but also objectively viewing other people, are the white positive sphere. These are the only ones I see at the moment who are really honest with themselves as well as with others, right? And I would say this is the model for the future. If we want to avoid conflict, wars, understand where the others come from, and understand where the problems is between our groups, and then let's find a solution. And I think the solution is ethno-pluralism.
Okay, great. Yeah, I appreciate you coming on and sharing your ideas with us, and maybe be in contact in the future. So if you have any closing words, otherwise I want to free up space for people who just basically have basic questions on Judaism or want to talk in different venues. So did you have any closing words to the 60-some people watching, or to anyone else on the panel?
Yeah, I would like a stream in the future, which I find fascinating, which you shortly have talked about with No More News, is this whole symbolism, maybe also in Freemasonry, where it all comes together. I see it very similar to you, this whole Freemasonry stuff. They put in a lot of things. And I also blame Christianity for that, to a large part, that has forbidden the European mindset is to be a free thinker. And then there were these secret societies promising them, these people, to be free thinkers, right? And it was a good thing in the beginning, from my research, and it turned out very bad. Now Freemasonry isn't a good thing. Let me tell you this way.
Yeah, I like Freemasonry. I like to talk about that in the science of symbols, and even as a believer in spiritual forces, and the possibility that symbols could actually be represent of spiritual forces. And I guess Ecce probably also has opinions on that. So let me, if you want to stay on, I guess I have one room on deck if someone wants to come on. But let me field a few questions on Judaism, or try to get a few new voices in, because I want to use the platform tonight to try to get some new voices. So YouTube, you still there?
Yeah, right here.
Okay, I put the link in the chat, so there's at least one space. So if someone else wants to come on, the link's in the chat. And so did you have more questions, YouTube, or something you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, just because I really want to know what the rabbi says about certain things. And thing is, I've been listening since you started the stream. So early on, there was a talk about Gandalf, and I think it was between you and Gandalf, but there was talk about free will. And there's one at a time, because there's so much I want to ask. It's one at a time. So in the Christian, and when I say Christian, I want to say again that I'm Presbyterian, so this might not be the same. There's nuances within Catholics, Orthodox, and non-Reformed Christianity, but so I'm coming from a Reformed perspective. So in the Reformed perspective of free will, there's a distinction between libertarian free will.
Are you Asian? Just random. Oswald in the chat is asking.
Oh, Asian? Yeah, I'm Korean American.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You're just someone chat was.
So I'm Korean American, guys. If you're wondering in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah. So in the Reformed, we make a distinction between libertarian notions of freedom, and then freedom that flows from who you are, your essential freedom that comes out by your essential nature. And the distinction is libertarian freedom would say it doesn't matter what your nature is. You always have the power of contrary choice, regardless of your nature. So and this is just a like a thought experiment. A rock can choose not to be a rock. Like a rock can choose not to identify themselves as a rock. See, that would be a conception of libertarian freedom. So the Reform view of freedom is you're bound by your nature to make the choices that you make, because your will is bound by your nature. So even when we talk about God, like God doesn't have this sense of libertarian freedom because God can't stop being God at any point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, me and Gandalf on Week in Review, Church of Entropy have argued the nature of free will, and I don't want to get too much into that tonight.
Oh, no, it's not about the free will.
Because he's got his own personal views and has his own opinions on that. But generally, the Judaic view, there's this fundamental, free will has to be a fundamental part of doctrine of the religion, and it's almost canonized as a Judaic belief. But it's very complicated in terms of the nuances and how that comes in decision making, and to try to put it in mathematical terms, call it like boundary conditions, where you have a certain amount of free will, but it's bounded by starting conditions, and continual changing conditions that will limit a person's ability to make choices. And it's a very fundamental concept to any epistemology, any system of understanding the world. You have to understand how people go about making decisions, and within sects, like whole sects of maybe Christianity could be defined by different understandings on these issues. But I'm not exactly sure what you're trying to get at here.
Yeah, so this ties into the, I guess, because because my question is mostly about what the rabbis say. Do you know if the rabbis, when they talk about like their theology of God or their view of like the world, do you know if they make that kind of distinction when they talk about choice making? Because from the way I understand it, it's like does Judaism view the world as like it's kind of like 50-50 right now, and then the choice you like 50% evil and 50% good, and the choice you'll make will tilt that balance in one or the other direction? Like that was kind of the impression that I got from how Judaism sort of taught their morality. But do you know if the rabbis make a distinction between how those choices are made in a non-libertarian point of view, or do they sort of emphasize that you can, like, you have the power of contrary choice at all levels?
Yeah, I mean, the rabbis have their bent in the theology, like I was telling Adam, like the verses, towards the, kind of a promise of reward to the righteous and punishment to the wicked. But the fundamental, theology is that the righteous are rewarded and the wicked are punished, but there has to be an element of choice, that the wicked choose to be wicked and the righteous choose to be righteous. And any given person could be righteous or wicked, and they have free choice in the matter. So that is basically fundamental in almost all the major rabbis. In fact, I don't know any major rabbi that that's basically doctrine. There's some Kabbalistic workings of the mechanisms where they explain how exactly do these processes work, and sometimes the processes would vastly limit free will. Plus, there's statements in the Talmud that mention free will is much more limited than we would think it is. But just because Judaism relies so much on this concept of this karmatic reward to the righteous and punishment of the wicked, that's just fundamental, that a person has to have free choice in the matter of their actions, of whether they choose to do wicked or righteous actions.
So in the rabbinic writings, then, do you know if they talk about spiritual influence? Like when I say spiritual, I'm talking about, because in the Christian
Kabbalistic writings would be more likely to discuss it. But I mean, there's the basic concept. It says in Ethics of the Father, mitzvah gerat mitzvah, avera gerat avera, that says doing a good deed leads to doing more good deeds. Doing bad deeds leads to doing more bad deeds. There's statements like when you do a bad deed, it creates a negative angel that comes to testify against you, and when you do a good deed, it creates a good angel that comes to testify on your behalf. So there, there's all types of statements all over the place, but there's the base theology where you have this constant and every ability at any given moment to choose between righteousness and wickedness, and every given person has free choice at every given moment. But then at the same time, there's many statements that could be limited. So, if you study Torah, if you study the Bible, you do the right thing, that might expand your free will. And if you do, there's a lot of beautiful statements, because in the Talmud, the Gemara says, like, at the end of days, when people will see their evil inclination that they struggled with, and you'll see that righteous people struggled with huge evil inclinations, and wicked people generally struggled with very small evil inclinations. Like, the whole reason the person did this sinful behavior was really because, like some small thing, like they wanted to have some forbidden sexual relationship or acquire some, form of passion, or, just something that in the greater spectrum, when the soul meets its maker, will be obviously petty, as opposed to a righteous person who overcomes huge struggles, huge temptations of stuff like Ecce and Elron are talking about, where people do the wrong thing and it has negative consequences on people. And the more influence you have, the more care you have to put in your decisions, that it doesn't cause negative consequences to other people, because the ultimate accounting will include that.
So do the rabbis account for any like spiritual influences causing that? So for instance, in the Christian paradigm, there's like, we can say because there's evil spirits in the world, like demons in the world, like they use our they use our natural desires and our natural, like, just by being human, like you enjoy sex, or like you enjoy like eating food. So like in the Christian paradigm, there's like devils or demons that actually use those things to influence you to bad things. Do you know if the rabbinic writings have...
It's not fundamental tenet of the religion, like how you explain this. Generally there's understood that there's an internal desire to bad. In Hebrew it's called the Yetzer Hara. Right. There's the Yetzer Tov. Yetzer means like the inclination to good and the inclination to bad, and that's internal. So you don't have to be possessed by some sort of negative spirit to have an inclination towards bad. Every person has an internal inclination to bad, and the spiritualist or the Kabbalist will talk like its origin. Where does that come from? If it comes from the sin in the Garden of Eden, or even pre-creation sources, or the source of the devil. There is things like angels and forces mentioned in Scripture, and by the Kabbalist, and we'll talk about things like possessions. It's not a fundamental aspect of Judaism. However, a lot of the great sages did have understandings of these aspects, and wrote vast amounts of literature on it that's very interesting. If for people are used to trying to measure the world in spiritual forces, saying that, okay, besides for like physical forces, there's spiritual forces. The Kabbalists have the 10 spheres, but besides for like the 10 spheres, that just say there's forces of a spiritual nature that are in existence all over the world, that cause people to be more likely to do one thing or another, or act in a certain way, and that could even affect groups of people or nations or races. And like, do nations have an administering angel? So from a Judaic perspective, there's lots of fascinating literature, and most of the greatest sages and rabbis of the generations they wrote lots of literature and addressed the topics you're talking about. But it's not like a fundamental aspect of daily Jewish life, and you could be a good Jew with not really having ever thought about these things.
Yeah, the reason I ask these things is like, so pretty recently I've been listening to like Catholic preachers talk about exorcism, and a lot of the stuff that seems to be like going on in the world follow their exorcism rite. And I was wondering if, so the Catholics have their exorcism rite, and that's different than like Orthodox exorcism rites, and then like that's different than Reformed or like Protestant exorcism rites. So wondering, like, do you know if there's Jewish, or at least the rabbinic literature about exorcism rites pertaining to like some sort of spirit of the world, you might call it, where there's like a group mentality that's heavily influencing the world at the time that the thing is happening?
Yeah, it's disputed. Saying that the exorcisms are quite common, like in Israel. They call them dibbuks. It's disputed among the sages, and there's sages that say there is a phenomenon. There's some that reject it. and it's related to like what happens to the soul after it dies, and usually a possession would usually from a Judaic understanding would be some type of soul that died and didn't go to the place that it was supposed to, either reincarnation or to some spirit world where it waits, and somehow took possession of another person. There could be understandings that there's like negative spiritual forces in the world that are capable of doing possessions, but then at the same time, there are mainstream rabbis that completely reject this phenomenon at all. So if you're in Israel, there's things in the news, and there's rabbis tossing claims of charlatans at each other, and it's a pretty interesting subject. But it's not it's not mainstream Judaism, and these more difficult questions about like the nature of the soul, and then rare cases or even regular cases where you're just saying that there's forces out there, and if you don't actualize the full potential of your free will, these forces will strip away at your free will and act through you to fulfill their own ends. And
I see. Okay.
If you don't, can I just ask a quick question? You were saying something about how there are angels of nations. That is to say, nations have angels. Am I understanding that correctly?
Most of the Kabbalists held that every nation has a guiding angel for, according to the Noah and his 70 grandchildren hypothesis, that there'd be like 70 guiding angels for each nation.
What would be the guiding angel for Amalek?
Amalek isn't a proper nation.
Okay.
So there might be, so within like the Kabbalists, you're talking to further, so certainly the 70 nations, like Amalek is a tribe within a nation, and that tribe has this like karma of being the eternal enemy of the Jewish people, but they're not considered the same thing as like a full nation, although there might be some Kabbalists who say like you don't have to be, there might be more guiding angels for smaller tribes, not just full nations.
What is the nation that Amalek is a part of?
Well, Amalek is from the descendants of Abraham, so I think it's, I forget the non-Jewish tribe, but they're a mixture of maybe Canaanites. I'd have to look it up. And
my understanding is that Amalek is the grandson of Edom, Esau.
Yeah, who is Jacob's brother.
Okay, so what is the guiding angel for Esau?
Well,
The nation.
Esau isn't a nation. Esau isn't like a influence, a father of nations.
Okay, so I'm suppose I'm just curious to find out. There is a subset that Amalek is a part of, and I want to know the name of the nation that Amalek is a part of.
Or a mixed breed. I mean, Esau is a mixed breed, that he was bred from multiple nations.
Right.
Okay.
They married the Canaanites, right?
So what you're saying then is that on the one hand, nations have guiding angels, and you're also at the same time saying that Amalek has no nation and by definition has no guiding angel. That's what I'm hearing.
No, I mean, Amalek might be properly defined as a nation and might have a guiding angel, and but that might be of a different nature than the guiding angel of and because it's Judaism and 2 Jews, 3 opinions. There's some Catholics that say like only these nations have guiding angels, and some say like yes, even Amalek, but that would be your way of understanding that Amalek free will is limited. So if you're an Amalekite, you have like a guiding angel that has this overwhelming influence on you to act in a certain manner because the guiding angel of your nation.
Okay, so this is a stream in which one gets to ask questions and you answer the questions. I'm asking you a question and I'm not getting an answer. That's very upsetting.
Well, if I'm telling you there's multiple opinions.
I think
If you're asking, I'm not giving my own opinion. I'm giving you kind of Doooovid's understanding of Jewish scholarship, and they're telling you it's a dispute among sages, and so you're not getting a definitive answer because saying it's a dispute among sages to answer to your question.
I would love to know the guiding angel of Amalek. That's
You
all.
want like a name, like what in Hebrew they call the name, or maybe it's called just the Malachi Amalek. That's just called the angel of Amalek.
I see. Yeah.
Do you know? I find it very interesting. I think the Bible is very race-based. It has a deep tribal and racial component in it. And I found out just 5 months ago that, for example, this David versus Goliath story, you know how they found of the Philistines people, they found bones from them. And do you know which people were most closely genetically related to that people of Goliath?
I'm not for the
Doooovid?
guessing game. Like, just spit it out.
Yeah, it's Europeans, which I find fascinating.
Oh, but that's kind of like that. I'm not saying this is true, but like there's been like sort of guesses that a lot of the what modern people would call Europeans, like a lot of them are actually from Canaanite blood. Okay, well, you can skip that part. Yeah, concerning the race thing that you talked about from the Bible, like I would actually disagree with it. I don't think the Bible's racial in the way we're thinking of it right now, and that's something that Doooovid sort of touched on. And the reason I say that is, in the Old Testament, at least, every nation identified in the Bible, they're identified by the gods they worship. So it's like Israel had their own God, which is why he's called the God of Israel. So like the nation is identified with the spirit they worshipped. And in like the Old Testament, there's like a ritual that you do. Like if you're a servant of somebody and then the guy wants to let you go, but you want to serve the guy forever, like there's a ritual where you punch the guy's ear with an awl, and then the guy becomes your servant forever. Like the earring is a sign of your allegiance to that, whatever master you're serving. In the Old Testament nations, and I found this like relatively pretty recent, like several years ago. Apparently, like or at least one of the theories, that nations of the Old Testament, their identity was based on the spirit or like the deity that they serve. So like the Egyptians were Egyptians not because of their DNA, but because of the gods that they worship. Like
there's kind of like the guiding angel where
yeah, exactly.
Genetics wasn't around in the time of the Bible, and so it speaks the force that holds a nation together is its angel. You would talk like, okay, there's some sort of like genetic predetermination. You're saying like it was people then believed in souls, and you said if there's some common element that's causing cohesion among the group, it's this guiding angel. And or it could be, so to say, it's the deity itself that there might, or a combination of spiritual factors where it's the religion, it's the idol, and if you're taking the biblical approach to how the Bible looked at idol worship to how the nations. And let me look at these questions in the chat just real quick. Break the silence. Doooovid, why are so many Israeli Jews not more just? What turns so many of them extremists to such an extent that their influence on others? What has been done to Jews for millennia oppression? I mean, well, obviously, God forbid, it's the Holocaust and World War II that caused Israel and Jews to, take this more extremist approach and more comfortability with, the use of violence and force. It's unfortunate, but within the human psychology, the answer seems somewhat obvious. Simpson Aleph, Doooovid. That Ecce guy is not here to spread light. He is of the darkness, and the angels he is asking about, I think he knows the answer, being that he works for them. Okay, instigate the millennium. At Doooovid, when the tribe split, did their Levite priest intermarry into the tribe they were serving, or did they get back together as one, then leave? So I'm not exactly sure what instigate, where he's referring to the tribes or the Levite priest intermarrying. So I'm not sure offhand the answer. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to. So Okay, I just want to keep up with the chat because I'm trying to be interactive here. Oswald, Doooovid, how much animosity is there between American Jews and Farsi Indians? I'm not sure about that group conflict. Farsi Indians, I mean, whether it's like Iranian speaking Indians. I'm not sure what you're referring to. AKBR, Doooovid, what are your views on the use of DNA testing to determine who is a Jew in Israel? I mean, someone asked that earlier, and it could be added to the toolkit. So there's many useful pieces of information, and so adding DNA to the toolkit will be useful. In certain cases, we'll see how that plays out, but it's not going to be, it's not like they're just going to switch the DNA testing of the various things that they use to determine identity. They'll just use DNA also. Federation of Polytheist Values. Haven't seen you go live in a while, Doooovid. Nice to see you again. Thanks. Okay, Gandalf, any thoughts? Or, do you want to? Do you know who this person is, or that was his comment? It was like a little loaded. Simpson Aleph is obviously Hebrew. Simpson refers to like the Kabbalistic principle of contraction, of like how God created the material world, and God, so to say, contracted himself in order to create like a void in Aleph, the first letter. But have you heard of this guy Ecce, or you know what he's referring to?
No, I don't know.
I'm vaguely aware what those terms mean because I do try and spend a little bit of time with some of my language dictionaries so that I can recognize actually both German and Jew and Hebrew terms a little bit better. But
once again, Oswald just clarified, he meant the Indian Zoroastrians, the Farsi, who are apparently outperforming Israelis academically. I haven't heard too much about it. I have to look into that. I mean, I know Baha'i or I interfaith. I have on my YouTube the local Zoroastrians in Metro Detroit who came and say some mantras that are interfaith. I assume, it wouldn't surprise me they're doing academic, but I haven't heard of enough of conflict between our two groups. Okay, sorry, Gandalf.
Zimsum Aleph also asked, I think, far earlier, and I think I screenshotted that and sent it to you because I thought it was a fascinating question because I have a Hermeticist friend on Normie book who probably would be interested in this. Doooovid, are you familiar with Hermeticism? How much do you think Judaism influenced it, or I would add, was influenced by it? And do you think Pythagoras learned with the Hakamim?
Yeah, I mean, you have to have different schools of answering. If you want like the traditional, like mainline Orthodox belief, you want the scholarship. So when I do my Ask the Rabbis and go over evidence, I try to show all of these various things, like what if you're believer in the prophecy and literalist, or if you're looking into archaeology or different traditions, and show the various things you should examine and trying to understand these. So certainly there's influence back and forth. I've read papers on previous things. I'm pretty sure, Gandalf, you were in the chat on that one where I was talking about the Greek influence on academic paper about how the Greek philosophy influenced the Bible canon and different historical evidence being put forward. So it's interesting. Maybe it goes back to what Elron was talking about symbolism in general, like Freemasonry, where I would say, like, okay, theoretically, Freemasonry as a positive religion, and obviously any society could become corrupted or use networks for bad purposes, but kind of like this amalgamation of the best practices of all cultures under the banner of Freemasonry in this science of symbols. So if there's a universal science of symbols, that there's some spiritual essence, it's also like related to linguistics and language, but symbols especially, that they connect to some spiritual force or representation, like if it's astrology or some sort of angels, where you say there are these spiritual forces that are active in the world, and there's certain deities or astronomical signs or angels or names that are representative of these forces. And if you know, so to say, how to influence these forces or pray to these forces or interact with these forces, that you could influence the cosmos through the use of these, symbols. And I know, I don't know if that's how you see it, Elron, and I know Ecce. Ecce have disagreed about the nature of Freemasonry in the past, but certainly there's an aspect of Freemasonry as, the study of the science of symbols and some sort of categorization in belief in possibly some greater spiritual power behind symbols.
Yeah,
In
definitely.
Hermeticism,
I
I'm
think
not an
so.
expert in Hermeticism to specifically comment on that.
I think symbolism, different symbols, has extraordinary powers on us, and the question is, I'm not seeing it as a symbol is evil all the time, right? Like the eye of Horus or the third eye, this Illuminati stuff. It's not especially evil. The question is how you use this symbol. If you use it for a good reason or a bad reason.
Well, are you in agreement that there is some phenomenon of spiritual forces and that the symbols are, have some sort of connection or amplification of the power of these spiritual forces? Or are you just talking like pure, are you spiritualist like that? What's your interpretation of that?
It's hard for me to explain it in English, but I think it's in our genes from our ancestors who has a deep connection to symbols like the cross and the star, right? And I think that some people might know about this power and use it to their advantage. Even companies use these ancient symbols, if you look into it, and they use it for a reason, right? The question is always, in my opinion, you have to know what the symbol stands for, to be aware of it, and if you're not aware of it, you can be manipulated the way they use this symbol. This is my point of view.
I kind of disagree, only because if you consider, for example, the pentagram, the star with the point facing upward, as you would see in most military, you've got the 5 elements, like Captain Planet, and with the tip facing upward, you've got the spiritual aspect as the highest point. As where with an inverted pentagram, where the spiritual aspect is pointing down and below, it's degraded. So what you end up with is essentially hedonism. I would argue that this is an inherently negative symbol.
The uprising star represents the human, right? And the down pointing star represents also Baphomet. But if you look into the Baphomet, it can also mean different things. I can't explain you this in English right now, but there's also, you have this Baphomet, which is a hydrogen, do you call it like this, or a transgender thing? But
androgen.
Yes. But you can also see it like there's duality, right, in everything. So there's good and evil. This is also what you have with the checkboard and Freemasonry. This is sort of, how do you say it? The logos, right? The fundamental rules of how our world is constructed, and you can also see it in the Baphomet. Of course, now it's used for bad, evil reasons, but I think some pagans used it also, and has had a completely different understanding of it and used it for a completely different reason. Right now, it is definitely evil, I have to admit.
I'm just going with what I know. And having looked into the history of these things, my understanding is that there's within, for example, Baphomet, as it was originally, the people, the culture, Doooovid should know about this one, that originated Baphomet was basically them equivocating between good and evil, as above, so below. And this is carried into contemporary world and life. And the problem with this is that if you call all things equal, both good and bad, you end up with exactly what we have, our exact civilization that we have right now, which is fucking horrible.
Yes, I totally agree with you. If you interpret it this way, definitely, yes. And there's even forces, I would say, that want to turn the world into darkness, right? Promote all this degenerate stuff, and then will later show you the way out of this and want to say, now, see, you have no control over this. You all are. It's almost like they need a reason to rule us, and if they see, yeah, they are just like puppets, right? And then they come up with the master plan, which might be a specific religion who dictates then, when the world is in chaos, this is your way out, right? I think something like this is going on right now.
That's very close to my view as well. My thought pattern is that there is a small clique of people that are megalomaniacs, and they do have some insight into symbolism and psychology on an individual and group level. And they are able to prey upon well-meaning people that are easily duped. So, yeah, that's my model, and it seems like it's pretty compatible with yours.
Yeah, they also understand psychology like no one else, right? They know, for example, that the Europeans are very individual, which can be a great strength. If you live in a homogeneous society, you have geniuses that comes out of this mindset, but it's being totally turned against us. They use this individualism, which we get lost in, and no one else did. And then we get taken over, right? So we have to be aware that it is part of us, definitely, but we have to realize when it's beneficial and when it's not.
Yeah, I'm actually, this is one of the reasons why I've come around to Christianity, because I'm honestly, I am with both you and Gandalf with regards to some of the criticisms regarding Christianity. I actually do agree. I do understand the criticisms, and there's a large part of me that is highly sympathetic to what you're saying. The thing that I like about it the most, though, is that there is a redemptive element to it, and it points toward good and beauty and love, and I think we need that a lot right now. So I will admit that I am cherry picking in my spirituality and theology. I completely understand. But yeah, there are right now forces at work that are highly manipulative, materialistic, and they do take advantage of people. And I think that it relies on tricking people into thinking that there is no such thing as good and evil. That's my honest opinion.
Yes. Yeah. And also this whole what is this religion called? It's not paganism. It's this different form of not esoteric mindset. It's this hippie culture, this hippie religion, where you think that everyone is part of something, and you have this religion of individualism. These people even think that you can that you don't need food because we are all part of the light, and you can just stand in the sun and don't need food anymore and all this crazy stuff. There's part truth in it, but then they pervert it so much, and I see all this disinformation in these circles. It is just astonishing what you can do with faith and with half truths and all this stuff, right? Yeah, it's very, very dangerous.
Yeah, it's interesting. One question, that comes across quite a bit, and I am interested in like the Jewish perspective on this, in that I always sort of agreed with it. Like when I've heard Jews tell me why they don't accept Jesus as the Messiah, because he didn't come back as a Davidic king of the kind they expected. I'm like, okay, that's a fine argument. I mean, I think the Jews, especially considering their position in the first century, would have wanted, and if I'm thinking of myself as a Jew, I would want an earthly king. The fact that Jesus came back as kind of some hippie rabbi who sacrificed himself for a supposed kingdom of God that is both imminent to us but is in a world beyond would seem to be something of a joke. I mean, what do you think of that? I think kind of standard fare Jewish rejection of Jesus as the true Messiah.
Yeah, if you look at this from this perspective, definitely, if you think of Jesus like this hippie who don't value ethnicity and wants basically it's communism, right? Everyone is the same and all this stuff, then it's a threat to the Jewish people, definitely. Yeah. But I think, and this is why I'm very interested in everyone is attacking Christianity, and I want to ask why. Of course, there's this thing that Jesus was standing up against the money lenders, right? This is a big thing of how they use money is a tool for people to reach their goal, right? And if you would get rid of this money system today, these people would suffer, right? So I think this is a big part of it, why Christianity gets attacked a lot. But yeah, I think there must be something else within why Christianity. Yeah.
I just want to hop in for just a second on that. The first one, oh shit, what was the first one? The second one is, why is Christianity being attacked? The first one is Jesus is king, is earthly king. The three temptations of Jesus, he rejected being king of the world. That was a temptation by Satan. So for Jesus to come back as a full manifestation of something satanic is not, I don't think it's consistent at all. So I'm actually on board with the idea of him not coming back as an earthly king. Also, I would say, why is Jesus Christ himself being attacked so much? I would argue that, Galatians? The flesh is not made justified by the law. For if, something about Jesus, if he died having violated the law or whatever, no, if he lived, something about like his death is critical, it's actually necessary. So relative to obeying the law, I have to go back and read it. It's been like a month since I've read Galatians, but basically the long and the short of it is that Jesus essentially renders Judaism moot. So they have to reject him. Jews have to reject Jesus Christ because he literally says your covenant with God is over.
Yeah, so the point you were making is also a point of he rejected materialism, which Satan offers to him, right?
Yes, mammon worship.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ rejected mammon worship.
Yes. And this is a huge part, materialism, to manipulate people right now, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Because look at our entire civilization. Look at the way that things. Let me rephrase that. Let me come back. I'm going to step back for a moment. Look at what's being put out by corporate media right now. All of it is hedonism and experiential. The pleasures of the body and the flesh, nothing more. And that's essentially what's being put up as the highest of highs right now. It's the inverted pentagram. The inverted pentagram is spirituality, goodness, beauty, love, as the bottom end of the pentagram. And the upper portion is what? It's just the physical body, the physical being. It's just physicality. Mammon, that's all it is.
Yeah, actually, I'm a graduate of Westminster Seminary, which is like one of the most reformed seminaries in like America. And I'm about to get my ordination, so I can, if you guys want, like I can shed some light on, the spiritual stuff or like the biblical stuff that you guys are talking about.
I would be happy to hear any thoughts you've got on the subject.
Same here. I think I think the idea of covenantal theology is really interesting. I mean, I've always found it interesting how Christians deal with the nature of, I guess you'd call it the expiration of the Jewish covenant. And I've always been a little skeptical of those arguments, but the Reformed position is like a position I'd like to learn a little more about. And I think you're kind of a fascinating figure, to be quite honest. One thing that struck me is, I knew a lot of Korean Christians when I was in college, and most of them were low church evangelicals. And I think you going into Reformed seminary is kind of interesting too, because I mean, you could weave that in. I think that'd be interesting too, because I think you're very intelligent and fascinating.
No, I'm kind of stupid, but like to me, the Reform is just, there's a lot of consistency in Reform theology, and to me, it just makes the most sense. So, and the thing is, like, I know we say Christianity, but because of the nuances between Catholic, Orthodox, Protestant, non-Protestant Christianity, like, I sort of want to make it clear that this is only from a Reform perspective, because if like E. Michael Jones was on here, he'd say, but you broke out with the Catholic Church, right? That's already in a spirit of rebellion in itself. And I'd be like, yeah, it kind of, I guess.
Did you also hear people talking about? I for example, have read many years ago a book of a German author talking about it, and he brought up that Jehovah and some, if I remember correctly, Jehovah was also talking in plural sometimes, right? Not yes. And he brought up that actually it was an alien force, and if I look at some text Bibles, it makes more sense if you look at it from this perspective. Then no Christian can explain me what is this passage where Jesus invited someone to go to God's place, and he saw all this golden area, this palace, and all this stuff. And it could be very rationally explained with this alien force, that also this flying objects and all this stuff, right? As crazy as it might sound now, but it could explain this much better. I can't explain it good in English, but
I want to say one thing real fast. I absolutely want to hear from YouTube a response on that, but I just got to say, because it's effing hilarious. Watch the movie Annihilation. I think it was put out in like 2017 or 2018. I don't recall, or somewhere around there. It was a couple years ago. It had Natalie Portman and the guy who played Poe in the new Star Wars trilogy. And the movie, I shit you not, this is not an exaggeration in the least. That is a religious movie. Watch the movie Annihilation, and it actually...
Annihilation.
It was written by a Jewish guy, and this Jewish guy, he's like deep into the religion and the theology and whatnot. And if you actually watch the movie, I swear on all things holy, I think he is talking about the delivery of Yahweh to earth. It's an esoteric religion about Yeah, basically God coming into us.
Mm.
I'm serious. Watch it. You will see all the symbolism, and it's amazing. It's deep. I think there is something to it, to the concept that even Jewish people themselves regard their God as being alien.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely have a look at that. Definitely. Thank you.
Yeah. As for Elron's question about, or so this is just remember, I'm just coming from the Reform perspective. So as far as the alien stuff go, from I think the passage you're talking about is from Revelation, the Revelation of John, which is like the last book of the Bible, the Protestant Bible. The aliens are so. We don't believe in aliens as Reformed. We believe in like spiritual. So there's like two realms. There's like the visible realm, which is like the stuff that we can see and the stuff that we can feel, and then there's the invisible realm, which is the spiritual world. And the spiritual world can influence the physical world. So the invisible world can influence the visible world. And instead of aliens, we think it's actually like demonic activity manifesting itself into our reality. And the reason we think that is spirits don't have bodies that we can see. So the only way we can like perceive them is for like, whatever reason we aren't able to see them, that God removes that temporarily from like us at the time, and we call that a vision or like a dream. So in the Revelation of John, God removes his whatever's blinding him to the spiritual world. He removes that temporarily so he can see what's actually going on, and the stuff that he sees in heaven with like the all the gold-plated floors and like all the creatures that are like in heaven. We don't think they're angels from outer space. We think they're the spiritual realm that's there already. Like it's already here, but we're just not able to see it. And that veil was sort of lifted off his eyes. As for the sorry, how do you say your name? Ecce? Ecce?
Ecce is fine, yeah.
Ecce? Yeah, you asked about the covenant thing, about Jesus and him rejecting materialism. So covenant. So the way we see Jesus Christ is we see him as the last Adam. So when we go back all the way to Genesis, so as the Reformed, there's a debate whether or not Genesis is historically like literal or if it's some sort of a metaphor. The majority of the Reformed believe that it's historic, real, like literal. Although there's a debate, and there are some, just like the rabbis, there are some who hold to the idea that Genesis this is mostly metaphorical. So I'm of the position that it's literal, meaning like there was a literal Adam, there was a literal tree of knowledge, there was a literal tree of eternal life. So when God made his first covenant with Adam, he gave him life, and he gave the way God made the covenant with Adam. I mean, this is just like a nutshell version of it, because there's like theology of Adam is like there's not enough books in the world to cover the theology of Adam. So it's like so this is just like a quick nutshell version of it. So when God spoke to Adam, like that's how he made a covenant with him, by commanding him something. And Adam's response to that was faith. So in other words, God's original intent for Adam was to have eternal life, but Adam was supposed to merit or earn that eternal life by obeying his father in faith. Well, where does faith come from? God commanded Adam not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, otherwise he's gonna die. Adam didn't have like a great sense of, or like an accurate sense of what death was. He had sort of like an inkling of it, but he didn't have actual knowledge of it, because according to the Christian tradition, death didn't enter into the world. And we don't mean like leaves dying and stuff like that. We're talking about people or like animals, things that have what the Bible calls like the breath of life. So Adam didn't know what death was, because there was no death until Adam sinned. So when God said there's this thing called death, and that's your punishment for disobeying me, before Adam disobeyed, he didn't know what death was, and therefore he had to believe God's word by faith. Like he had to say, okay, I haven't seen it, but because God's the creator, he knows what he's talking about. So I just have to not eat the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And by that faith, and that by obeying him by faith, I'll be able to eat the fruit from the tree of the eternal life, from the tree of life. Mm-hmm. So when Adam, so in other words, like Adam was supposed to be the perfect son of God, perfect in terms of his faithful obedience. because that was the covenant that God made with Adam. Like a pact, his binding himself to Adam, saying, "I'm going to be your God. I'm going to be your father. By covenant, you're my son." So when Adam broke that covenant, God is trying to, well, not trying to, because there's like God is foreshadowing like how, have you heard the phrase the image of God? And that's what Adam was made in, image of God.
Yes, and this would also be like this alien theory that guy has spun up with. So God created us in His image. It could be a genetic engineering experiment, right? This would be much more logical. But yeah, keep going. Yeah.
Yeah. So Adam was made in God's image, and in the like, if you just study like the term image of God or any image related terminology in the Bible, it usually has to do with like ownership or some sort of like extension of the person's, like who the person is. So God has his character, and then when he made Adam in his image, Adam was supposed to be an extension of God, but in the creation world. And that's kind of an important distinction, because the Christian God is transcendent, above creation. So in order for God to relate with creation, he first has to make a covenant with creation, meaning he has to add to himself created properties without affecting his like non-created properties, his attributes as God. And we don't know how God did that, but the Bible explains like that's how God works. And we see the culmination of that in Jesus Christ, where Christians confess that Jesus Christ is both God and human being. It's a confession because we don't understand how it's done, but this is how God says he relates to us. Is he doesn't change as God, but he adds to himself created properties so that he can relate with us and we can relate with God without changing his essential properties, who he is as God, like transcendent above creation. So anyway, when Adam sinned, so his image of God became corrupt, because image of God is a term that means like reflecting God's holiness or reflecting who God is. Once Adam sinned, you could say like, so you guys are talking about the DNA thing. Once Adam sinned, sin entered Adam's DNA. So everything about Adam that made him holy is not like, and the thing is, it's not like this one aspect of Adam that was affected. Like everything about Adam, like his whole identity was affected by sin. And through Adam's identity, the infection of sin, like the rest of the world was also infected by sin. So if we can say something like part of the effect of sin is chaos. Well, chaos not only entered Adam, in the DNA, but it also entered through Adam into the world's DNA. So that's why, like, when we talk about sin, or when Christians talk about sin, we're not just talking about Adam's sin, but all the things in the world that's going wrong. It has to do with Adam's first rebellion against God.
If you have the knowledge of good and evil, only then you can sin, right?
No, you don't have to have the knowledge of good and evil. So sin just means you contradicted God's holy character, and then the manifestation of that is breaking God's commandment. So, for instance, like if you read the 10 Commandments, it tells you like thou shalt not do X, Y, Z. But then the last commandment says you shall not covet, and then you get to the New Testament, and Jesus says, even if you lust after a woman in your heart, like you still sin. And people go, well, how is that possible? Because sinning is something you do by action. That's only if you consider sin as something that you do and not something that goes against God's character. Because when you lust after a woman and your intention isn't to marry her, your intention isn't to, like, there's like a whole theology of marriage, but the essence of it is like you're trying to remain holy in front of God by marriage. And the reason for that is like we have all this lust of the flesh, but God doesn't want us to use our desires in a detrimental or like a destructive way. He wants us to he wants us to restrict the destructive version of it, and then let it be expressed in a positive or a holy way. And that's what marriage is. So Jesus says, another one, like Jesus says, if you even hate your brother, you already killed him in your heart. Like that's a sin against God. Well, it's not a sin because you did something. It's a sin because in your heart, you contradicted God's holy character. So sin can be defined as contradicting God's holy character. So anyway, so after Adam sinned, and this is all because when you said that Jesus rejected Satan and therefore he wouldn't come back as an earthly king, I want to insert here, when God blessed Adam and Eve, he actually gave the earthly kingdom to Adam and Eve, because Adam was supposed to be the perfect son of God, but because Adam wasn't able to earn or merit that blessing of God, the eternal life of God, the what do you call the reward for obeying Him in faith, because Adam wasn't able to keep that, Adam forfeited that, but God didn't forfeit His blessing. So he's still looking for people to bless that blessing with the eternal salvation and the earthly right to rule. So then you have people like Noah, who was like, with all his heart, he followed the commandments of God. And then God's like, all right, here's a man after my own heart. All these other people, they're idol worshippers. Their hearts are constantly evil. So Noah can be considered a second or another Adam, because he's doing what the original Adam was supposed to do, which is obey God by faith. Well, what's the faith part? If you read the Bible says there was no rain. It was like mist on the ground that came up. And then for Noah's time, God said water's going to come down from the sky and it's going to flood the entire world and just kill everything. So then for Noah, who hasn't seen rain, who doesn't know what it means for water to come from the sky, he has, and this is just like Adam, he has to take on God's word he knows what he's talking about. There's a punishment for our sin, so if I don't listen to him, I'm going to be part of that punishment. So Noah decided to build the ark according to how God commanded him, exactly how He commanded him. He got the animals into the ark, and it seemed like Noah was going to be that second Adam, and he was going to merit or earn that eternal salvation from God and the right to rule the rest of the earth. He got off the boat, and God blesses Noah and his children. And says, I'm going to bless you with the same blessing that I gave to Adam. Be fruitful and multiply and have dominion over all the earth. And what ends up happening is Noah gets drunk, and he forfeits his right to be a priest or a judge of God, because in the Levitical laws, anybody who deals with the laws of God, they can't not be in their right mind. So drunkenness is actually a sin for the Levites, because they hold on to God's law, and they're the ones that are supposed to give this holy judgment of God to the people that are coming to them. So Noah forfeited his right. So then it's okay, well, if Noah forfeited his right, what about God? Did he forfeit his blessing? No. God wanted to still find somebody to give His blessing to. So the third Adam, you can say, is Abraham. So Abraham's this guy who's doing everything that God is telling him to do. God says, Abraham, get you out from this country and then go into the land of Canaan that I'm going to show you. So Abraham picks up all the stuff and he moves towards Canaan. And not to get into the whole history of Abraham, there's a specific point in Abraham's life where in the same way that Adam was tested, in the same way that Noah was tested, Abraham is tested before God. And that testing event we call the Isaac sacrifice, the son of his sacrifice.
Yes.
Yeah. So what God is trying to do here is he's still faithful to creation, and he's trying to find that one person that can redeem the rest of creation by faith, by obeying God in faith. So before Abraham, the Bible doesn't mention anything about resurrection. There's no coming back to life kind of deal. But God promised, so before that Isaac sacrifice, God promised Abraham that he's going to have his own children, his own child, and his descendants are going to be so many that they're going to be more than the stars of the earth and the sands of the earth and the stars of the heaven. And then, so God promised that, and Abraham believed on God's promise, and that's why he was counted as faithful. But then God says, you need to kill your only son through whom this promise is going to go. So at this time, Abraham had another son called Ishmael, 13 years older than Isaac. But the promise of God, what Abraham recognized was the promise of God wasn't through Ishmael, it was through Isaac. So the problem is, God had this promise through Isaac, and then God says, I need to kill Isaac. So how can God give me all these descendants through Isaac? So it was one of those test of faith kind of thing. Are you going to believe what God said, or are you going to believe your natural laws, your natural thinking, right? So Abram goes, you know what? I'm just going to jump the gun here. I'm going to kill Isaac. And what God has to do is he has to find a way to bring Isaac back from the dead. Otherwise, God's a promise breaker, right? So Abraham grabs his knife. He's ready to kill Isaac as sacrifice. And God says, Abraham, he sends an angel and says, Abraham, stop. I see that you really do understand my heart, that you really are a man of faith. You really understand what I'm after. So I'm going to bless you, and I'm going to give you the covenant. I'm going to give you the covenant that originally Adam was supposed to get, and then originally Noah was supposed to get. But the problem is Abraham was also a sinner before God. So what God promised Abraham was, there's going to be somebody from your line who's going to be a perfect Israelite, a perfect son of God. So that's the whole see theology coming, in the New Testament, culminating in Jesus Christ. The reason why this is important is the covenant that God made with Abraham is now going to Isaac, then it goes to Jacob, and then it goes to the Israelites, right? And remember, this is from the Reform perspective. It's not from, the Catholics believe it too, the Orthodox believe it too, but there's nuances within these theologies. So the promise of God, because it was given to Abraham, because God promised somebody from Abraham's line that's going to be the Messiah, somebody that's going to obey God perfectly in everything that he does. Abraham, receives that promise, and the covenant that God gave to him is now carried down on his descendants. Earlier, it was asked, why is it that, I don't understand how the church relates to Israel and how the church sort of took over Israel's covenant. The church didn't take over Israel's covenant. The church actually is Israel. From the beginning, it was Israel. And the way we get to that is, or the way we see that is, so the sons of Jacob is called the whole nation of Israel. Sons of Jacob. Jacob had this theophany with God. He wrestled with God, and he earned a new name called Israel, and that's where the tribe of Israel, or the nation of Israel, comes from. Is from Jacob's wrestling with God and God giving him a new name. So the nation of Israel tries to be God's perfect son through faith. And the way God deals with that is he gives Israel his laws. So he doesn't give other nations his laws because he made that covenant promise with Abraham. He gives the Mosaic laws to Israel, the people of Israel. And then that's how God that's how God extends his covenant through the Israelites, just through the Mosaic laws at Mount Sinai and the other laws that follow after that. So what ends up happening is when they get into Canaan, so, I'm skipping over the whole 40 years in the wilderness thing. When they get into the land of Canaan, Moses is already dead. So Joshua's leading them in, and Joshua's as they're going, and Joshua's you're not a people that are willing to obey God. And the Israelites yes, we are. We'll love his commandments. We'll do all that he says. And Joseph is or not Joseph, but Joshua's no, you're an evil people. And the Israelites no, we'll make sure to not only keep God's law, but we'll teach it to our children and our children's children. And Joseph makes a witness in front of him. He says, okay, here's this witness in front of you. Let the heaven and earth declare you just made a covenant with God. You said you're going to follow all his ways, and you're going to follow not only all his ways, but you're going to cause your children to follow them and teach their children after them to follow every single one of God's commandment. And then the Israelites yes, amen. We believe that. So what happened is what happens in Judges. So after they conquer the land of Israel, they don't completely follow the laws of God as they promised God. What they do is the thing is God actually commanded them to kill and burn everything that has to do with the Canaanites because God didn't want them to learn from them. But it turns out they kept some of them as slaves, and they started asking how did you worship your God? How did they, with what do you call it, paraphernalia did you guys, offer to your God? They started learning their ways, and the book of Judges is basically a cycle where Israelites, they go against God by worshiping idols, and then God punishes them through the nations around them so that they become oppressed by them. And then the Israelites, they repent and they go, oh God, we've sinned against you. We remembered your covenant, right? Oh, I forgot to mention the Mosaic covenant. God says, if you turn to me, I'll free you from these oppression. Because he says, if you obey me, I'll bless you so that enemies will come from one way and separate into 7 ways. But if you disobey me, if you go against me, then you'll come to enemies in one way, but you'll scatter into 7 ways. But God says, if you repent, if you turn back to me.
Bravo, man. I gotta say, very impressive. I wasn't gonna stop you, but we move on. That was you could be a professor of biblical history. That was awesome.
Oh, do you mind if I take 10 minutes to finish up how the Christians view the covenant of Israel? Now it's the church that's Israel.
You just
as long as Doooovid can give a good response, because I'm interested in covenantal theology from Doovid's perspective too, because I think it's a fascinating subject that gets to the heart of both Judaism and Christianity.
Okay. Yeah. So what ends up happening is the Israelites, or God says, so David's another Adam that really follows after God's heart. So God's I'm going to bless David and his descendants. So now the messianic line is coming through David, and David's I want to teach Solomon to follow God's ways. And then Solomon ends up, in the beginning, he was really, his heart was wholly towards God, but towards the end of his career, he married all these foreign wives. By foreign, remember, the Bible the Bible relates nations as the deities they worship. So when we say Solomon married foreign wives, we're saying Solomon adopted the foreign gods of the wives that he married. So Solomon becomes an idol worshiper. God says, "Hey, you're breaking my covenant." So as a result of that, North Israel splits with Southern Judah, and then Northern Israel, they keep becoming more and more idolatrous. So they get taken to Assyria, and then it kind of disappears. Then Southern Judah, it's like the back and forth. There's good kings, there are bad kings. And then eventually, though, they still get taken to captivity of Babylon. They come back. That's where Ezra and Nehemiah is. And then it was like, okay, let's build a second temple. Let's worship God with our whole heart. There's these Levitical laws that we have. Let's rebuild the temple. Let's redo our sacrifices. Let's put back the Levitical priesthood so they can teach us the laws of God. This happens, but throughout time, the Israelites weren't able to give up the idolatry and the idols that they learned not only from Babylon, but then from the other surrounding nations that they're trading with or whatever they're doing with them. And I want to point out at this time, it's where the Babylonian Talmud comes from, is from that period, because they didn't have a temple at the time, so there needed to be some sort of a cohesive theology to keep the Jewish people Jewish. So the Babylonian Talmud was written down at that time, or maybe we can even say developed. But anyway, after Israel comes back, time passes. Now we're at Malachi, and God uses Malachi to tell the Israelites, hey, you're going back to your idolatrous ways again. You're not giving me the best of your best. You're not tithing to me. Your offerings, you're offering me things you wouldn't even offer to your own high officials or your government officials. This is your heart. This is the state of your heart towards me. And it's at this point that this idea of remnant, which starts back in Isaiah from when the kings were at that time, the idea of remnant becomes very, very important, because what God is now doing is searching for a remnant of Israel that's wholly dedicated towards God. So then in Christian theology, we say there was only one person, one line of David that was able to resist the influences of the idol worshipers and stuff like that. And there was only one person that was able to keep the whole of God's law, to actually worship God as he wanted to, worship God as Adam was meant to worship God as Noah was meant to worship God, worship as Abraham was meant to worship God, worship as David was meant to worship God, worship as, because David committed adultery and he killed his Bathsheba's her husband Uriah, because there's David's a sinner too. And then also the way Solomon was supposed to worship God, and the nation of Israel as a whole was supposed to worship God. Because there was nobody willing to do this, or nobody that was able to do this, there was one person who was able to do this. So without sin, by complete faith, he was able to obey every single law of God and complete that law of God. And that's the person we call Jesus Christ. And because of his complete obedience to the law of God by faith, even to the point of death, he merited or earned what Adam couldn't. Because Adam could have earned it, but because he sinned against God, he couldn't earn it. So Jesus Christ, without sin, he perfectly fulfilled all of God's law, and that's why he was able to receive the covenant of Adam, the blessing of Adam. Within that blessing of Adam is earthly rule. So I know earlier somebody said when Jesus comes back, he's not going to be an earthly ruler. Historic Christianity says when Jesus
let me just clarify. I mean, what I'm trying to say is that I accept a common Jewish criticism of Jesus, that because he was not an earthly king, he's fundamentally problematic from a Jewish perspective. And to Jews who say that, yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah, he was an earthly king. He didn't save the Jews from the Romans. It's odd that these Christian stories popped up in the very same decade that the Flavians came after Nero was falling apart and wiped out the temple and reconquered Judea during the revolt. I mean, the Jewish complaint about the Jesus narrative that was advanced, by Josephus and his friends and whatever this Jesus cult was, has always resonated with me. I think it is offensive to some extent from a Jewish perspective to think that, this Jesus guy who's only validated by this kind of weird subcult of Jews that are quite Hellenized comes by and replaces, the old covenant, and he doesn't come back as a Davidic earthly king is, quite a serious indictment of the Christian narrative.
Well, the thing is so for, how can I phrase this? So for Jesus. Okay, so that's actually one of the reasons why I asked Doooovid what the rabbis had to say about the marriage thing, because in Christian theology, like the Messiah actually has to come twice in Christian theology. But the thing is, like, I don't know where the Christians got that from, and I wanted to know if the Christians have read like the old rabbinic literature and if the rabbis talked about Christ appearing twice. And the reason why the Christians say the Messiah has to appear twice is in several passages talking about like the messianic prophecies. There's like, especially in Isaiah, there's two prophecies there's like two very distinct kind of prophecies that are like put in the same verse. So for instance, like we know the Messiah is supposed to be the King of God, like the King. This is the person that God gave total authority to control, like not just control, but like have dominion over all of creation. But at the same time, in that same verse, Isaiah says that he's a servant. So it's like, how can a king? So how can the Messiah? Because it's in the same verse, we're like, how can the Messiah be both a king and a servant? And we go, well, it can't be happening at the same time. So it must be like one time he's a servant, and then like another time he's king. And then,
but isn't this because kind of Matthew kind of steals from Isaiah's prophecies?
Yes. So yeah, that's why like Matthew is like, not only Matthew, but especially Mark, he keeps portraying Jesus as the servant of God because of the Isaiah prophecy. Because in the minds of like the apostles, that you can't, I mean, so at first they're like, oh, Jesus, he's the king. Like, yeah, this is definitely the Messiah. Like, he's going to overthrow the Roman Empire. And then Jesus is trying to explain to them, like, yeah, but, you know, because at the end of the Gospels, Jesus washes the feet of his disciples. And he's trying to tell them, like, the Messiah has two purposes. One is to be a servant to serve the people of God, and the other one is to actually rule over all of creation. So then so after Jesus Christ dies and resurrects and then he ascends to heaven, the disciples are like, oh, like, I get it now. It's not this one mass appearing, it's like two. And then I was confused because I was like, wait a minute, like, I don't understand like how the Christians came up with that, but the rabbis didn't. So maybe like I missed something, or maybe the Christians missed something within the rabbinic writings. But as far as like the covenant thing goes, so it's not that Christians are usurping or like taking away the covenant of the Israelites. It's because Jesus Christ is the fulfiller of all of God's law. He received the covenant that Israel as a nation should have received, that Noah should have received, that Abram should have received, that Adam should have received, like the blessing of it, the reward of it, which is the dominion over all things. So what you end up having is Jesus. Everybody who's not under Jesus, so everybody who's not within the nation, let's call them the tribe of Jesus Christ. Everybody who's not within the tribe of Jesus Christ are outside of that covenant blessing that I received from God, from meriting that blessing. So then I go, well, how do you become part of that nation or that tribe of Jesus Christ? It's by faith, is how the Christians respond to that. Faith in God's word. So for instance, like God says Jesus is coming back, but the thing is, we're not fortune tellers. We don't know if he's coming back. So we're faced with the same dilemma that Adam had. We're faced with the same dilemma that Noah had, that Abraham, which is, these are things we can't see, but which God had said. So it's like, will we believe that Jesus comes back? If the answer is yes, then it means by that faith, then do you believe that Jesus Christ resurrected and ascended into heaven? Like, it's a chain reaction, because if you believe that he's coming back, you believe that he was raised from the dead, you believe that he died, you believe that he lived, you believe that Israel's real, you believe that Abraham was real. So it's like this chain reaction of backward thing that goes all the way back to the first Adam.
Man, I have to do
I know it was a lot. Sorry, guys.
real research on that.
Yeah, I didn't mean to take up all that time and stuff.
Well, one question before we get hopefully Doooovid's perspective on this whole covenant thing, and also the paradise, especially with the snake and Adam and Eve. I want to have Doooovid's takes on that. But if I remember, it was fine for the Israelites to worship the bull, the bull before, but it wasn't later, right? Am I right there?
Say that again, please.
They worshipped the bull at one point, and it was fine with the god, with Yahweh to a certain point in the Old Testament, I think.
Well, So from the Christian, it was never okay from the Christian perspective because
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know.
yeah, because the second
you'd have to
commandment,
bring-
and this is one of
there
the,
was the golden calf, and that
Yeah.
was not a good occasion, and
and this is something I want to ask Doovid also because in the Christian theology, when we talk about the Ten Commandments, so when God says like you shall have no other gods before me, the way Christians interpret that is God is saying he has the final authority concerning all matters of faith and practice. So when he says you shall have no other gods, he's saying I'm the only, because the Ten Commandments start with I'm the Lord your God. Like that's a possessive thing to say. Like if somebody says I'm your father, you're saying like I kind of possess you, like I'm like owning you because there's that possessive genitive there. So when it says like I'm the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, like God is using the bringing out of slavery as the historic context for why then God says like I'm your God, I own you.
Well, wait, one key point there. I mean, I think I heard this from Carolyn Emmerich, and I got to check the etymology on this because my mind I'm forgetting it. But the Lord your God, that translation is understood by Christians is refracted through, I think, the Gothic Bible, because the idea of God, that's a German word. And I think Lord God, I think, has a totally different meaning in the original Hebrew. I used to remember what it was, but I'm forgetting it. So I think this could be really important as a very subtle theological point, or maybe I'm totally wrong, but I think there is an etymological issue there you might need to look into. I didn't mean to derail you.
No, that's fine. Whether or not God means the kind of God we're thinking of at that time, like the important thing is like that's a statement of ownership. So when, as Reformed, when we interpret the Ten Commandments and we see the first, second, like for instance, God says, "You shall not take my name in vain." That's because God's name is His. So He owns His name. So that's like saying if somebody was named Michael and I named a toilet after that guy and said, now this toilet's going to be called Michael, I just took his name in vain. Michael's not going to feel good about me calling the toilet Michael, because so in a similar way, God owns His name, which is why we're not allowed to do whatever we want with it, because He's the creator and we're the creation. And then the second commandment would be God's character or His identity would be His own. So when He says, "You shall not make for yourself an image, whether in heaven, or whether above the earth, which is in heaven, on the earth, or below the earth and in the sea," God is saying because God is nothing like creation, we can't have anything to represent Him unless it's Him who specifically gives us how He wants to be represented. So for instance, God wants to be represented by His words. So that's kosher. That's okay, because it's something that God gave to us from Him, even though language is creation. But for us to then say something like, well, I don't want your words to represent you, I want to actually see you. So I'm going to create a golden calf because I can see a golden calf. And if I say this represents you, then it represents you. That doesn't, so in other words, we're telling God who He is instead of receiving who God said His identity is. So
wait, quick question from the chat directly on that point. I think from Don McDuffie. If God is spirit, why would He care about how we use physical means to identify Him, her, or it? I think you're about to answer that question, but I think that question throws your dialogue or monologue there into sharp relief.
I don't know. I can answer it. Doovid can answer it too if he wants to, but I can answer.
Yeah, I want to hear Doovid's answer too.
Yeah, go ahead real quick.
So when we say the term Father, so first of all, that's how God revealed Himself to be. So He didn't call Himself it when He revealed it in the Hebrew. He called Himself a Father. So Father is like a patriarchal noun. So because that's how He revealed Himself, and in the second commandment, because He says, "My identity is mine." You can't do whatever you want with my identity. You have to receive my identity as I give it. Because He identified Himself as Father, we then say, okay, He's not talking about He's a man Father. He's talking about Father in terms of just a patriarchal noun. That's the kind of description we're talking about. So because He described Himself as patriarch, we refer to Him as a patriarch, which is a he and not an it or a she. Because it's His identity, how He revealed it to us. Doovid?
Yeah, I like your terminology. You have a nice precision, nice your way of phrasing your statements, and Very nice. Like, obviously, Judaism and Christianity are, somewhat conflicting religions on various topics. They have a lot of similarities, draw upon a lot of the same characters in Scripture, but you have fundamental differences. Also, I don't know if you want to, bring this back to like, how does this form your identity? So if you have an identity as a Presbyterian Christian, but there's larger aspects of ethnicity and nation that factor into identity, and then how does this inform your relationship with the Jewish people?
The thing is, the thing is, I didn't, and this for me, this was a breakthrough. I never really got into, like, I knew of E. Michael Jones, but I didn't know of his works until your interview with him. So, after your interview, like, I watched a lot of his YouTube videos. I ordered some of his books, and he makes this point that like ethnicity is religious, and I'm trying to figure out like why is he saying that. So I go back to the Bible and try to figure out, well, how does the Bible deal with identity? Every time God talks about, so at least in in Revelation, it talks about all these nations gathering together to praise God. The word used there is ethnos. So in like most of the modern translations, they use the word race, but that's not what the word means. Apparently, like, so, when we think of race, we think in terms of like white, Hispanic, black, Asian, like those terms. But ethnos actually, like the way the Bible uses the word term ethnos is it uses the word ethnos and then it describes like what the Bible's talking about when it talks about ethnos, which is a people, a tongue, and a nation. So like language is actually a heavy factor in identity for what ethnos constitutes, as well as like a people, which I would assume is like culture, something that binds people together based on like similar practices, and then a nation, like this form of how would you say, like
organizational structure?
Yeah, something that like organized. So it's not just like a whole bunch of people that's just scattered with similar practices and a similar tongue, but it's like an organized, similar custom, tradition, and a same mother tongue. So
I think, can I make one quote? Is there not a verse in the Bible that says, in the beginning was the word? So this would be a very important for language as well. Language has power. If you see now how our language is totally, if you could just go back like 100 years ago, people can rhetorically much better express themselves and all this stuff. So it's power in language and in the word, right?
Yes. Also, like, I want to ask Doovid about this too, what the Rabbi said, but so there's this, I forget who mentioned it, but there's this idea that like we're deteriorating as thinkers because the ancients used to think in terms of a system. So when they learned, here's an example in modern culture, when we talk about music, we just take a music class or we just make, write a pop song with lyrics. Like there's a beat and then you layer that with like melody, and then you layer with like harmony. It's just kind of simple. Like the ancient Greeks used to, when they learned music, they also learned physics, math, laws of ethics, like philosophy. So they didn't just do music. They had like the set of things that supported what that music was about. Like it sort of supported each other. And it sort of occurred to me like, hey, yeah, that's right. The ancients thought in terms of a system while we think in terms of like isolation. And then, going back to the identity thing, I think the biggest problem, at least the way I see it from, both a theological and like a practical point of view, is when we talk about identity, we keep talking in like isolated terms of DNA or blood or like a group of people or whatever. But in order to talk, at least when we go back to the Bible and see how like the Bible deals with identity, it's more rounder. It's more systematically supported rather than as like individual. Just for example, Elron, you talked about the word, right? So where do we get the whole identity from? Well, in the Bible, like if you think about it, at least from the Christian point of view, a word is a language.
Yes.
Right. So based on the kind of word you speak, you're speaking, like you're becoming a different group by speaking a different language.
Yeah, definitely. For example, I can tell you the German language is very precise. And many people argued that this is the reason why the Germans had so many scientific achievements back in the days, right? Because it is a very precise language that can explain things much better than other languages.
Yeah, so you have the situation where like you have the like Germanic language, you have the French, you have the Romance languages like Spanish and all this stuff. You have like the Asian language, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Vietnamese. You have like the African language. And the thing is you can actually apply that concept to religion and theology as well. So the reason why people have different religions is because they speak a different religious language. And that comes from the kind of language they're talking about when they talk about God. So for instance, like if we're taught in Christianity, we say Jesus Christ is the word of God, right? So when we receive that and then we talk about Jesus Christ according to how he's the Son of God, that creates a different people, a different group than if somebody rejected Jesus Christ as the Son of God and said, no, we're Unitarians. We don't believe that God is triune. We only believe in one God. So they have people who subscribe to the different words of God, like they become different groups of people. And that speaking of the word identifies like how your identity will turn out. Because if you're thinking in terms of like a totem pole, the question is, well, what's the most basic form of language that you get to? And it's actually about belief, because you can't get behind a belief.
You call this like a group strategy?
Not a group. I'm just trying to think of it more in terms of like a system when we talk about identity. So when we say
the system identity is a group that employs the same strategy.
So not only
there could be multiple factors that it could be, genetics or karma or whatever that causes a very, given group of people to employ the similar same strategies.
Yeah. So not only a group, but so in the Christian theology, we believe that God is both one person or one God in three persons. So there's this idea of one and many within our fundamental belief about who our God is. And we try to explain identity in those terms as well. We go, in identity, there's this not only unity, but a self-identity, like an identity of the self. But that's not, even though that's distinct, it's not to be separated from group identity. Because identity can't be just single, and identity can't be just part of a group.
Exactly, yeah.
From the Christian theology, it's a mix of both that works within each other, that develops the whole. If that makes sense. And that's what I mean when I say like the Christians thought about these things like back 2000, or whatever, 1,600 years ago, whenever the theology of the theology of the religious identity was being developed, like they thought about these concepts like way back then. And to me, that makes more sense. The idea of identity being a system. So it's like your identity as a person is nested within a broader range, which is also like invertedly nested within your own identity as a person. So you have like group identity, you have your self-identity, and they're both like nested within each other, like a four-dimensional tetra, whatever that dodecahedron thing that people talk about.
Definitely. You can even go with a more materialistic point of view, which is race and IQ. This is also what most people don't get. It's not black and white. It's not all environment and it's not all genetic heritage, right? It's both. And you have exceptions to the rules. And most people can only think now in black and white. And they can't think of in nuance. I see a big problem in it. And what you described before was very important too, which was you have this school subjects like math, and we are not putting all the puzzles together. You described music, but you only teach music, and today's teachers don't talk about how it also combined with physics and all this other stuff. And this is what makes music very interesting, right? So most people are not interested in math, for example, because they can't see, they can't put the puzzles together. And
and point of fact, the greatest German critic of Christianity, Nietzsche, was obsessed with music, by the way.
yes.
Wagner, right? Wagner.
Yes, and he had a big falling out with Wagner because
Right.
he did not, at least in his public pronouncements on it, did not like Wagner's very crass anti-Semitism.
Yeah. So like, I just want to point out, like, a lot of the times when because a lot of these, even about like is it Jewish? Is it Zionist? Is it anti-Zionist? Is it anti-Jewish? Is it anti-Semite? Like all these discussions, I feel like people are sort of talking over each other because we're not discussing things in terms of like a system, but in terms of like isolated strands of thoughts. And the thing is, because we're discussing things in terms of a strand of thought kind of way, strands of thoughts gets combined together with like other strands of thoughts, conflated.
You play a stringed instrument, don't you? Or you have people in your family who do?
I play the saxophone.
Oh.
I love jazz. Yeah, I'm a jazz Presbyterian, jazz loving Presbyterian.
You're like Lisa Simpson.
Maybe.
Yeah. That reminds me of there's some I forgot the name of this Jewish guy who was talking about Wagner and the difference between the biospirit of the Jews who the Jewish music and the German music. I think this was fascinating. He was talking about this Wagner stuff explicitly. It was like a 5-minute interview or something. Yeah.
Well, the Jewish biospirit invading the German biospirit when it comes to music is symbolized by Gustav Mahler, who I believe was a Mischling.
I don't know about that. Well, the thing is, like, Doovid, if you're not busy, like, could you, make a comment or two about the things about the history of Israel that I was talking about, and then sort of give the rabbinic take on the stuff I said? Because I really want to know what the rabbis thought about those things.
Well, your greater narrative, could be largely correct from a Judaic point of view. Although, I mean, Judaism is more about practice, but like in terms of just straight what the verses basically say about some greater divine will that wants to be manifested, and the first the decline of generations, and then Abraham, so to say, searching and finding God and being chosen through the the covenant, and to the Christian belief that eventually that covenant will was filled through Jesus Christ, or the church becoming Israel. I'd heard it before. Like, I mean, so you were, I guess, pretty eloquent, and I'd been a little tired, I guess, so, and been streaming a while, so I was just taking advantage to take a break, and you were talking pretty good. You were saying over the basic hundreds of years, thousands of years of Jewish history or world history according to the Bible. So I'm not sure. I mean, like, obviously you could have expanded that, and any one of those subjects could have been is a matter of deep study, but like, props to your ability to weave a nice overview of the biblical narrative.
Do you know if the rabbis ever considered like Noah and Abraham being an Adam figure, somebody who was like supposed to receive the full dominion and like the fruitful blessings of God, but then they weren't able to fulfill their righteousness?
The Mishnah and Pirkei Avos, Ethics of the Fathers. I mean, there was 10 generations from Adam to Noah. I think it says to teach how slow God is to anger. And then there's 10 generations from Noah to Abraham. And I think there's 10 generations from Abraham to Moses, and another 10 generations from Moses to David. But it says that Abraham, because everyone in the time of Abraham basically rejected God, it said Abraham acquires the merit of the whole generation, because he was the only one in the whole generation that had recognized their creator, and from that he kind of like acquired the karma or force of the whole generation who had failed to recognize God.
Right. Because
And there's various collections of sayings from the sages, unrelated theology.
Right. Yeah, and even the what do you call it? The prophets. Do you know if the rabbis ever thought the prophets to be similar to priests in like the things they do, or because the prophets taught the word of God too, but so did the priests.
No, pardon me. Yeah, I mean, Maimonides has a detailed description of his understanding of the workings of prophecy. There's other sages who talk about it, and the different levels of prophecy. What does it mean for prophecies? What are the power of the sages? In Hebrew, they call it Euretus Ador, which means the Doros, which means the decline in generations. That generally the previous generations are considered to be more holy, more close to God,
right?
And our generations are more fallen.
Right. That's what I was asking about earlier.
So I mean, the time of the prophets to the time of the sages is a decline. That there was a time where there were prophets, and the power of the sages of our generation. We should still look to follow the righteous and look to the righteous of our generation, but they're just not on the level of the previous generation where we had prophets.
And would you say like the older, the more so I guess like the original rabbis or like the more ancient rabbis, they had a more powerful way of thinking or like looking at the world and their theology than like the rabbis that are the modern rabbis maybe? Because that's what I was trying to ask earlier, is if you think it's also true that the rabbinic literature is like more thorough and more systematic, not systematic, but like they take other things into consideration earlier, but if you notice, like they sort of decline that kind of a thing as time goes on.
Well, the systematic literature really comes later. And you said like the prophets don't speak in a systematized language,
right?
Like even Moses, the law, appears relatively hard to systematize, like why certain parts of the law are given when they're given, and the connection to why laws are given in the order and the together with the other laws they're given with. You verse the later texts that are coming from the rabbis that are generally like systematized and organized in a way that's easy to comprehend, and that you would have influence from Greek wisdom and other secular scholars that were doing that. So I mean, it could be just the language of the prophet, that the prophet doesn't speak in a systematized way.
Right.
That's not the purpose of prophecy. But the later scholars, some of them indexed encyclopedia and systematized Judaism, but also some of the other great scholars preferred their commentary on the prophets, because they say what they were doing as a rabbi was of a lesser nature than what the prophets had did in previous generations. So they focused on commentating and studying the previous prophets rather than promoting their own.
Right. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm taking too much of your time, and yeah, you guys can like talk about other stuff too. I'm taking too much time.
Doooovid, an interesting question. Considering how and this is obviously influenced by my own Christianity, so like I'm acknowledging the bias of the religion of my youth, or I should say the heresy of my youth, because I consider Christianity deeply heretical. How come, for instance, that considering just how much I think quality social criticism and social commentary comes out of books like Isaiah and Hosea and the other prophets of the axial age of the Hebrews, how come like within Jewish scripture they were never added to something like the Pentateuch, which are the 5 books of the Torah? What's the major reason for that? And has that issue been debated? Because quite honestly, I haven't looked at it much from a Jewish perspective.
Well, I mean, the history of canonization, it's discussed in the Talmud, how the canon became canonized, and there might be minor disputes, or even the origins of who wrote what books of the prophets is discussed in the Talmud, and there's some minor dispute, and there's statements in the Talmud that says okay, we have the books of the prophecies, but like in general, there could have been prophecy was a common phenomenon that there were prophets all over the place, and it's just these canonized ones that made it into the canon of the religion, or had like some special higher status where there's layers and levels of prophecy. The Talmud also says like the level of prophecy obtained by a simple Israelite who left Egypt was greater than the prophecy of the later ages, because there was just a closer connection to God. The people who actually left Egypt and experienced Mount Sinai and the hearing of the Ten Commandments, that was like some pinnacle level of prophecy. And even like a young child who was there at Mount Sinai had a closer connection to God than the greatest prophets of the later generations.
Doooovid, what I'm interested in, do you see the world in decline in case of morality, and basically turning their backs on the Ten Commandments you just mentioned? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, there's things that are part of a larger, Jewish mythology, like the 49 levels of purity, impurity, like in Egypt, that like the 50th level is like like beyond the capability of the world to bear that much impurity, but the Jews in Egypt have reached the 49th level of impurity, and then the higher level, like 49 levels of purity, to potentially the fixing of the whole world. And the 49, if anyone knows the Jewish calendar, you have like Spheres Omer, the counting of grain cycles from Passover to Shavuos, which the Catholics have, they call Advent, the 50 days, but that 49-day cycle appears in the Hebrew calendar.
Yeah, but very simple, because I'm not that well spoken in English. Would you agree with us that the world is in decline, even in from a Jewish perspective? Which,
Well, yeah, I mean, but there's conflicting things where some things are in decline and some things are on the rise. So we say, okay, technological, possibly certain forms of wisdom, communication, but the morality of the world from a theological perspective is on the decline. People are more distant from God this generation than the previous generation. Every generation is further distance from God, but it doesn't mean that every single factor, every single indicator is on the decline. There are certain things that, at the same time of the general distancing and moral decline, that are still improving.
But what I have a problem with is, for example, Dr. Mike.
That's why I mentioned the 49 levels of purity and impurity. That the cycle, like, yes, Messiah will come when we reach the lowest level. That there is some sort of trajectory that we decline to like this 49th level, which is the lowest that you could possibly get. And then Messiah will come, and all of a sudden the 49th level of impurity will be transformed into the 49th level of purity.
Yeah, and this is a big problem I have with this kind of interpretation, because my problem is there's Christians that are speaking out against this moral decline. And when I see traditionalist Jewish people who are very religious, they are speaking only to themselves about what is moral and what is not, but they're not reaching out to the public, right? All the Jewish people, when I never see a Jewish people speaking out against Hollywood or something, right, in public. And there are some very religious Jewish people who have the power.
Stanley Kubrick did, and
so.
ended up dying mysteriously.
Well, I mean, it's not the nature of necessarily people to do public rebukes. The nature of rebukes not to be public like that. But I would say, I mean, yes, there are a lot of people that are critics of the direction of culture and will take a platform to influence that. But if you're tying it into the moral decline, you're saying if the religious system predicts that morality is going to get worse and worse, and you're saying therefore, Jews don't take a stance, or at least the religious Jews, because obviously the secular Jews are best known for taking stances like that. But you're saying the religious Jews are just figure like, well, it's predicted by the prophets that things are going to get worse and worse. So why should we even try to change the inevitable doom that was predicted by the prophets? But we know, generally, like Maimonides and the rules of prophets, that by repentance, negative prophecies could be broken, as where positive prophecies are believed to be believed to come true. But any of the negative prophecies or warnings could be changed through repentance. So, that's why free will is the fundamental concept of Judaism here, because you have to have the ability to repent and change your karma.
From what I get from, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I read out of your answer is you almost like it because of this 49th total decay. There will come the Messiah. So you're not fighting against it because you want the Bible to fulfill itself. And I would even add, some people push for it, push the world into darkness. And this is what I have a problem with. If you see something is wrong, then you should speak out about it, and not discuss it in your own circles where no one takes notice, or even, and I see that too, push for it, push it farther. This is what I have a problem with.
Well, I mean, here you're talking, okay, theologically, from a perspective of a religious Jew that would have non-interference versus the earlier complaints where you say it's the fundamental nature of the Jews to, so to say, interfere and push in society and try to repair the world. So like, I'm not sure, so are you asking about, in theory, Jews that would theologically and religiously, have like a non-interference and not care about the direction of society? Or are you talking about like an overall possible ability that, because of a certain theological mindset, that people could act in a way that's destructive to larger society because they think that, society is doomed to get worse and worse no matter what anyways?
Yes, kinda, yeah.
Yeah, actually. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe someone else can point the point I was making into better words.
Well, let me say this. I mean, as a fellow Deutschman, I've always been a big fan of the dictum from Schopenhauer that the attitude to take toward life, and I'm a big fan of Schopenhauer. I'm very much of his very refractory mindset. Optimism of the will, even though you have pessimism of the intellect. And like, certainly, I don't know if we're in a greater state of moral decay than ever, but certainly I think we're in a greater state of general moralized confusion. Whether it's the 10 Commandments or natural law or whatever standard you want to use. I mean, I think natural law is refined by oral tradition as the supreme standard, but let's leave that aside for a moment. The level of moral confusion and chaos, and people's lack of confidence that there are authorities who, can proclaim honestly on these subjects is actually, one reason why I stream and have all these long discussions. And these are very vital questions for that reason. I mean, who has proper religious authority over truth is becoming an urgent question, because I don't think anyone believes in the value of anything anymore. We know the price of everything and the value of nothing. And this is our major problem. And I personally, if we keep going the current direction and the status quo for both the masses and the purported elite stays the same, I mean, I don't see civilization surviving the next 10 to 20 years at all.
Well, from a macro perspective, there's a lot of pressures that are likely to cause huge changes to society and it's unclear which direction, like, seeing the elections now, socialism, universal healthcare, changes in technology, like the grid, do you go electric or driverless, or, internet technology, how we structure social networks, and these various things that will likely have huge influence on the future direction of society. So hence you have a lot of group conflict and identity conflict from people who have a stake in trying to steer larger society one direction or another on these various decisions, and your different self-interests where various people will benefit or suffer from policy or general group strategy taking one direction or the other. So it's a time of the leadership, the breakdown of trust, because these are very difficult decisions, and you don't trust that there's people that you are either capable or objective or whatever to direct us through these difficult times. So it's important to stream, because if the leadership that you see around is not capable for meeting the demands of the current situation, like, your only choice really is to try to step up yourself and try to do a better job.
Oh, I completely agree. Though the one area where I might disagree slightly is these questions of, at least in circles that I've been in for a while on various platforms, whereas, whether we should electrify, the car fleet or deal with universal health care or all these sort of policy questions 2 or 3 years ago, everyone was talking about these policy questions and trying to fit them into systems and ideologies. And many of these same people, they still probably have opinions and or develop thoughts about all of these issues, but they're all interested in identity, morality.
Because immigration turned out to be a central factor in all these other various things where used to be we talked about these issues, but now people on certain side of these issues say, oh well, a common factor regarding my opinion on all these various issues really comes down to immigration policy.
Well, yeah, and I'll tell you one thing, and I'm not the only one who's noticed it. When that particular, let's say, woman from Minnesota, and I have ancestry from Minnesota, so this was deeply offensive. She once made in a statement that, white men who have politically incorrect opinions need to be put on a list. I'm like, we saved your people from whatever civil war was going on in the 90s. You come here, we elect you to Congress, and you're going to put me on a list? See, this is why people don't have trust. She should not be in a position to do that. I don't want to be involved in hurting her people, invading her people, doing anything. And I was not initially against people like that coming here. But, like, when you say stuff like that, like, my trust for people like that is now gone, and it can't be gained back. And I don't know if it's like worth my time to try and do that. Put me on a list? Are you kidding? Like that I view that as a threat. I did not feel that was good. I mean, this is why, like, I can't trust the leadership.
Yeah, I guess I don't get too far off on topic, but I mean, say even to question your worldview or the consistency of it. So, maybe we should let's put it back to Judaism, and I'm kind of falling asleep here, so let me see if there's no questions in the chat. You do it at Doooovid, YouTube. I didn't even catch your name. Nice joining. Be in touch. You want to reach out. Nice chatting. Hopefully, I'll chatting in the future. If anyone has any more questions, put them in the chat and I'll try to answer them now. Otherwise, I think I'm just gonna have to call it a night. I'm getting tired. So I don't know if Ecce or Elron, if you want to say some final words or closing words to the 46 people that are still watching. Appreciate you tuning in.
No, I'm very tired too. I think the listeners have noticed. It was a very good stream, I have to say. Yeah.
Okay, well, nice meeting you, and maybe we'll run into each other in future streams, and appreciate you adding your voice to the conversation. Ecce, anything?
Ecce Lux.
Ecce.
Did he? Is he not here and just left himself signed in, but isn't here? Okay, well, if he comes back, we'll let him say some final words. Otherwise, just end the stream. Gandalf, any final words?
Well, a quick final thought, and I meant to ask it as a question. It's very interesting that in all the Bible quotes that Adam Green used against you, maybe out of context, maybe not. I thought that it's interesting he always picked from Deuteronomy, because there's a theory that Deuteronomy is like the last of the books of the Torah and was introduced by Hezekiah, and it might have been part of a political streamlining, so that the fact that they talked about sucking from the milk of the bosom of the king and all these metaphors might be referring to political issues going on under the reign of Hezekiah. And it's kind of important that Adam knows some of these historical and theological
We talk about during week in review, but he didn't tell me beforehand the verses. So in terms like his streaming, his perspective, how prepared, if he gave me the verses beforehand, I would have been able to look him up, or at least see a different translation. And I didn't want to interrupt the concentration of the show to look up the verses while he was asking. So I just did my best with what I knew. From my memory of those verses, or generally where they come in scripture or how they're interpreted, and hope we had a good conversation on it. And I do like scriptural interpretation, and if have more energy, or in the future hope to do more of it, and usually include that in a lot of my Ask the Rabbis, go straight, well, what does scripture say about it? It's very important to cover that, so from Adam's perspective, why he did what he did, chose the topics or asked the questions. When we briefly spoke offline about various topics, but so I'm not really sure why he organized the show or had the various things. Like, he does a lot of research and has the things that he likes talking about, or that he's thought about, but we didn't have that much pre-hand discussion, exactly what we're going to talk about.
Yeah, I think that's important. I mean, it's unfair to just throw Bible just with any text. I mean, you just can't.
I don't mind. I mean, if he wants to put a Bible verses, what do I think about it? I don't mind. In terms of personality class, or streaming, or various things, okay, it would have made for a different type stream if he had told me beforehand and I'd been able to research them. But no, I mean, I didn't mind. It didn't bother me that he just wanted to throw. He kept on asking me that I enjoy that. Within any social setting, usually I'm open to verses. At any time, anybody could throw verses at me, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. This is how I interpret the verse. As a man hosting Ask the Rabbi who loves Torah. I am always ready, God willing, to respond to Bible verses.
Yeah, I mean, Adam uses these verses in several videos. If you would watch more of his videos, then you would be better prepared. But I think it was important that he was not only bringing up these verses, but also has some video footage of religious people who saying they believe in this stuff, right? This was important too, I think. So they are
he really
definitely
puts together a good show. Even though we might be on opposite opinions on a lot of things, he produces a good show. There's a reason why he had over 1,000 people watching him, and just from my dealings, he puts together a good show. What his exact slant is, you might know better than me. If you think, he doesn't make it clear, and it kind of came up during the show, that he doesn't have an exact narrative for who is Adam Green and why is he doing this. I think the Doooovid narrative, who is Doooovid and why is he doing this, is probably more clear than the Adam Green narrative. So even if you might agree with him or appreciate his research, even though you don't agree with him. You still probably like, what's this guy's narrative? Like I know I like the content he's producing, even though like I don't really fully understand like what this guy's narrative is who is this guy and why is he producing this content.
Yeah, I think he's just for the truth and want to protect the world from, especially from World War III. This is a big a topic he speaks out against, all the dangerous people that promotes World War III and push it for it. And yeah, and he talks about these things because it is one of the major things that he thinks is important right now, that we should fight against. Yeah, and all this stuff. Yeah, I think he's just looking for the truth and what you can't talk about and no one talks about. I think, yeah, and these are the hot topics in my opinion.
Yeah, so if you come to your research, if you say there's extremely important decisions being made about the direction of larger affairs, and you've done research on who are these people making decisions and what's the determinative in their decision-making process, and it's like speaking truth to power, and you're considering that venerable in the form that Adam Green is a warrior for the truth, and regardless of his own opinions that he may add in or may not, he might just be a warrior for the truth and give over content, or he may add in unnecessarily his opinion or takes on it, or maybe you consider it to find that there's no reason he shouldn't tell you. It's better that he tells you his takes and opinions on these issues. Or you're saying you don't have to be in alignment with his worldview or the narrative that he's trying to give to the information that he's providing to you.
Yeah, there are many truth seekers or info warriors out there speaking about. They don't really have an agenda. They don't want to have political power. They're just speaking about things that they think is important. So no, there are, for example, Mark Collett clearly wants to structure society, right? In his image, what he believes is the best thing for society. But Adam is just a truth warrior, I would call him. He has no real agenda, in my opinion. He's just.
Yeah, but what's his narrative? So you could give a justification for the human behavior, but like the narrative for like, who is this character and how does this character come to be, the voice of, if you want to give him the benefit of a doubt that he's this voice of truth to power, you're bringing light to important issues of social concern, but what's the personal narrative of this person and why they come to fulfill that function?
I'm sorry to interrupt rudely. My apologies. I just wanted to say I gotta let out. So cheers, guys. Doooovid, though we have had our differences in the past, I trust that you will, as you would once promised, not put a bullet in me, and I appreciate that. So cheers and thank you for the link. Gandalf and Elronder, cheers, guys. Also remember to floss.
Nice.
Cheers, Ecce. Thanks.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I'm done too. Yeah, it was a nice stream.
Okay, yeah, appreciate you coming on and sharing your voice.
I just got one more message from someone listening to this stream over Normie Book, because he wrote something on Semitic authoritarian mysticism and the difference between Judaism and Christianity. I was told to read this. I don't know what you think about it. We'll probably do a stream on it later. Anyway, this is a geneticist. He's also Jewish. He's probably my most intelligent friend in Normie Book. I mean, I consider him an authority in a number of subjects because he just writes so damn often. He said Christianity hijacked Indo-Aryan desires for purity and sanctity and repackaged them into a Semitic authoritarian mysticism. I think what makes the mainstream right so obnoxious is the combination of a naturally aristocratic, case-selected masculine temperament, which in and of itself is not a bad thing at all, with a baldly Semitic worldview, which is fundamentalist to Christianity. Christianity definitively arose from a Jewish brain, not an Aryan one, but American Christians feel obligated to pay lip service to the priestly as opposed to aristocratic norms of Jewish religion. Stupid Nazis like Alfred Rosenberg were out of their minds to suggest that Jesus may have actually been an Aryan because the values he advocated are impossible for a Jew to understand. On the contrary, these values are eminently Jewish and noxiously so. He strongly emphasized. Okay, I'm going to skip some of that because it's not important. The most important thing is that authority it comes from God because God is sovereign. The characteristically high Jewish conscientiousness is well suited to the naturally high conscientiousness of the aristocratic Aryan, thus the sanctity degradation paradox in height. And anyone who has studied the Levitical cultus understood the neurotic obsession with cleanliness and purity in religion, and thus this preoccupation extends to the spiritual sphere no less than the physical. The spiritual must be made clean, i.e. the heart is clean as in the Gospel of Matthew. Outside is made clean with the cleansing of the inner, also from Matthew. Christians are distinguished by being clean in this way, see John. We are clean of the blood of the innocent and therefore not guilty because of the sacrifice of Christ, and thus possess a clean conscience, as Paul says. Of course, they possessed a clean conscience when they engaged in this type of self-deception with the help of unclean Jewish tools, as Christians use. Nietzsche thought these ideas were filthy, especially for Christians, that these Christians use these purity tools as a mask for aristocratic temperament. This commenter strongly sympathizes with elements of this temperament and the ethics it produces. Just don't try to be something you're fundamentally not, Christians. Hypocrisy from Christians is disgusting. Fundamentally, how we understand sin in the Judeo-Christian tradition, quote-unquote, has to do with covenant keeping or breaking, and thus with loyalty versus betrayal. The apostate Israel or fallen church is a disloyal whore, see Ezekiel, who is therefore unclean and has incurred the covenant curses resulting from having broken a contract. This betrayal causes God to divorce Israel at times, as in the book of Hosea, and it's easy to see how an aristocratic Aryan neural set can be ensnared by such a belief system as though it were a bear trap. But the fundamental evolutionary and intuistic differences between the Jewish and aristocratic Aryan neural sets are so much more fundamental than superficial ethical similarities. Final point. The use of fear of hell is particularly important because this sort of neural set has a much greater startle response and sensitivity to danger. It is important in the Judeo-Christian tradition that you always feel as though you are in danger of punishment for having violated any of these principles of purity, all of which are naturally dear to the Aryan mindset, but are fundamental and necessary to both the Jewish and Christian ethical systems. Yeah, I just got that in a PM.
Wow.
Anyway, didn't mean to say that. That was just wanted to add to the discussion. But I really appreciate this. Was an epic stream.
Okay, so I guess I'll let you guys go, and then I'm going to monologue a little bit and just tell people who listen to my channel my plans for the near future. So thanks for coming on.
Bye-bye.
And, be in touch. Take care. Okay, everybody. Sorry. It was nice to meet some new people and hear some new voices and, hear, some thoughts. So I was a little tired and I wanted to do the post stream. So I got, Gandalf I stream with regularly and, Ecce shows up who I, hadn't really talked to. So I guess he's a regular in my Ask the Rabbi series. So, so thank everybody I guess came on. We'll see, my karma of the type people that watch my content and take the link. So I like being able to just put the link straight into the chat. I saw this one guy, he called himself, I think, Imam Muhammad, and I just had 6 people on and I couldn't let him in. And then Jennifer, Church of Entropy, voluntarily left to make room, but at that point he had already left, so I don't know if that was a serious person. But they could reach out, make comments, and I didn't have enough to kind of direct. So I was tired, but I wanted to do a post stream, so I kind of just let the other panelists talk amongst themselves, which hopefully was good content, and I'll have to watch that back and try to timestamp some sort of index, so in the future people watching this will be able to pick out some sort of topics that they find interesting. That man calling himself YouTube sucks, maybe he'll give us a better identifier of his identity other than that moniker that he was using. But yeah, I mean, he's an interesting man. I appreciate him coming on. I appreciate that he said he'd been watching my content, and very intelligent man that had a well thought out view of the Bible, representing Reform Christian theology. So that was nice, and appreciate him coming, and maybe we'll hear more from him in the future. If you're still in the chat, great. These are all important conversations. Gandalf and regularly talk with each other on Week in Review. So a lot of these topics will be returned. In terms of streaming, if I have the energy together, I showed at the beginning the streams for the future. I have on the origins of the Goy Jew dichotomy, the Jewish understanding of the soul, Jewish views on reincarnation, Jewish history in slavery. So there's like 4 different Ask the Rabbis, and then also the multiple truth hypothesis. Probably going to do multiple streams, and I've read through the stuff that I'm going to go through on the streams multiple times now, but I'll probably go through it a few more times. Hopefully, this week, maybe Thursday, I guess, possibly Wednesday, I'll be able to produce some sort of content, and hopefully get into a phase where I'm producing regular content again of my research and study of Judaism and Torah, and also pushing forward these ideas in science and the multiple truth hypothesis, and more conversations, possibly like the ones tonight. If Adam Green wants to talk again about the Holocaust, I'm happy to do that. That might not be for a YouTube audience, but when that happens, I'll put that on my Discord and Twitter and social media and whatever. So we'll see when he reaches out or how that's going to work out. And if any interesting personalities saw me and reach out to me and want to chat, we'll see if that content comes, like Kevin Barrett, Charles Moskowitz, a few other interesting people reached out to me due to my last appearance on Adam Green. But if that happens, I just saw my subscriber. I think I'm over 1,200 subscribers, so maybe got a whole 100 subscribers from this. So if you're a new subscriber to Doooovid, I have a whole different types of content, from teaching people how to say Hebrew prayers to activities in Metro Detroit, chess, Hinduism, Hare Krishna, plus like the streaming I do, where I produce my own content, and my own content, his conversations, public study sessions, things like Ask the Rabbis. A lot of my debates and conversations are usually on other channels. I'll occasionally host them on my channel, but usually just due to the possibility of all my content being put at risk, or just the unclearness of, I like to be able to control conversations and have focused content, and that's hard to do. So I rarely have those open streams on my channel. For almost a year now, I've been doing Sunday nights with Jennifer, Church of Entropy, in the chat, and occasionally we'll come up with other streams to do on related topics, and we have a lot of networks of people that we've met from doing it, and we're always interested in meeting new people and hearing new ideas, and we're trying to advance certain theories and the science of consciousness, the hard problem of consciousness, quantum mind, science in general, reincarnation, the science of reincarnation, and talking to interesting people. And some people are just there for a short time and move on. Some people kind of like become part of the clique, but might become entropist or QST, or just from the collection, or like the Luke Ford Whack Pack, and these circles are expanding. Domingo was on, so thank God, we're reaching a bigger audience. We're going to be expanding in new people, and want to say, like, we want to be good people. We want to be friendly. We want to constantly be bringing in new people and involved in all sorts of positive activity. So we need an atmosphere that's friendly and clean in the chat, and positive on the stream. So new people won't feel shy to just pop on and try streaming and join the conversation and add to what they have. Definitely thanks to the super chatters. I might be over $100 now. It's going to be close, and then I'll see if I could actually get a check from YouTube. If I do, I'll mention that. They'll be pretty cool. Definitely. Money's money. So to get positive feedback in the form of money for doing this, it's, I don't call, like, definitely like a positive, like all humility, all thanks. So appreciate the people who are super chatting, and the content providers and the people who follow my ideas, and hopefully will be able to help me forward my ideas as they become more clear, and just the complexity of these issues, like in intergroup relations and group conflict and conflict of interest, and all the different facets related to God forbid the rise of anti-Semitism or various things, to dissect these issues, and other related issues, even like deep theology, reconstructing biblical times, and holding these multiple interpretations. I think my regular viewers hopefully are getting to a vision of my concept of what I'm calling the multiple truth hypothesis, and maybe this theory you might intuitively make sense to you, and you'll see the utility of it, of holding all these conflicting ideas in your head at the same time, that you need some sort of system or method or theory to help do that. So I'm looking forward to advancing this content, and hopefully some of the people who watch regularly will step up, and if you contact me or find some of my content more interesting and you want to be involved in pushing forward that research, it's possible we'll be able to do that, or make streams or create an intellectual community, because like reality, okay, like, yeah, it's cool, and getting more hits, getting more viewers, more subs, but really like YouTube was the utility to advance these ideas, to create a community of people to talk about important issues, and from my perspective, more importantly, to advance certain ideas, or to find a community of like-minded people who enjoy thinking about certain topics. So hopefully that certainly Week in Review has been a good venue for keeping track of the various things happening on YouTube. And hopefully some people maybe who call themselves YouTube sucks or whatever will come on to join for a Week in Review, or we'll just see how these circles meet up, where ironically I bring together Elron and Ecce, who somehow meet each other for the first time on Doooovid's Ask the Rabbi. So karma works in strange ways, and just the study of karma in and of itself, saying like karma works in strange ways, like what's happening here, I'm not really sure. And saying in order to understand what's happening, I need to study the science of karma. And the better I understand the science of karma, and that you could call that Torah or whatever, these rules. So that's why I enjoy streaming, talk about these issues, and bringing various people, and creating a language. If you're a Jew and you want to understand what the Kabbalists and the sages and the various rabbinic opinions on these issues are, like generally I've asked the Rabbi streams, I want to kind of systematically lay that out. But then there's also kind of like discussion and thought experiments to really understand what are these systematized spiritual systems that the various sages created. So what are the questions or problems that they saw in the cosmos that demanded answers, or what power revealed to them an understanding of how these systems work, that they were able to delineate these spiritual systems, be included among the sages, and people, in a new scientific manner with the physical sciences, to use that same rigorous scientific method to the best of our ability with the spiritual sciences. So, I look forward to doing that in the future. So, I guess that's the end of my ramble. Thanks for tuning in. Blessings, everybody. Have a great night. Shalom.